Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the clock out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message success is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Well, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ HAMP, the Stamp Pee Wee in the building. Terrell, what's
The last show, I had the purple shirt on. They was like, "Oh, look at HAMP mug, Max Terrell shirt."
Oh, the cup.
In the chat. Yeah.
The cup. What's goody? How you?
Doing really good.
Really good? That's what's up, man. I like it, man.
Shit like that.
Make sure I hit the like button. Let's get it, man. Hit the like button, man. Let me make sure I do this so y'all could get the picture. Know what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me see. There we go. Let's do it. Let's meet that goal. Let me see you in the chat real quick. And we get it popping, man. Oh, Mr. Williams, what up? Mel, you already know. D-Dub in the building. Salute. My G was goody. Angel was popping. CJ, salute. Aaron, Shalom. CJ been a member. Oh, must have renewed it too. CJ in the middle with the $5. Good morning. What happened to the bench press 315 10 times in August, man? I think I owe money for that, bro. I can't. I don't think I could get it just yet. I tried. I couldn't get the 10. That's for sure. My shoulder is hurt, but it's feeling good though. Carlisle Tom was goody, man. Salute. Aaron, Shalom. Nightbot behaving. That's always a blessing. Salute. Melly Mel was popping. Vet Life, OG Vet Life in the building. Was shaking. Hope all is well. Yeah, man. Hit me on Instagram at DJ HAMP. Make sure we get you the proper information, date, time, place, and we can give you an estimate. Saw, what up? Impress. Salute. Yup, I got you. Hit me on IG. Hit the like button, man. Hit the like button, man. Salute. Robert, what up? Good to see you. Mr. JTK in the building. Reese, what up? Top of the morning. Miss Jilly was popping. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. And press put it work. Joker Bad, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, man. I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Yeah, man. We actually usually start at 9. Rocky had to go to the doctor this morning, so we had to start about an hour later. But good timing though. DC was popping. Curtis in the building. Big draws was goody. Zeke.
What up, buzzing, birds flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Those are my aunt, Ezekiel Ben Israel in the building who gifted one. This might be risky membership, man. God bless. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Black King. Like brown skin. Yep. Black King, salute my G. Dr. G in the building. I like it, man. CC, what up? Strada was good. I didn't see Strada yesterday. Bino was good. Salute. We're just having a great conversation in the Discord, man. If y'all ain't familiar, get familiar, join the Discord. A lot of productivity, man. Salute to Sunday. We had movie night, which was dope. Who Made the Potato Salad is funny as hell. We had Mind Your Own Business. Speaking of Mind Your Own Business, the next endeavor that we will be funding as a community is Alfred Rashad's new short film. We'll get you the iMessage out to where once Daily get it all set up so that you know where to donate, and we're trying to hit the goal of $5,000. See if we can do it, man. So more information to come on that. Dr. G, Quincy in the building was good. Damn, man. All right, man. I'm gonna send you 10 rolls of pennies, man. Mahogany was good. Big Mufasa in the building, man. Salute, man. Please go support Chaotic Clubhouse.
If he ain't hating, I'm not doing nothing correct.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping. Rebecca was good. Let me see, man. Salute all my family in here. Homeboy, Shalom.
The R&B goat right there, you know?
R&B goat, man. I'm saying somebody removed his vocal cords, though.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping, dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
I'm not the R&B goat.
Sing the national anthem.
Hell no. Salute to my brother CJ in the building who gifted one. This might be risky membership, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Mike Davis in the building. Salute, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. I told you, I knew I ain't seen you. I'll be knowing. Salute to Shaw Singleton, man. You know, indeed, man. God bless the dead too, man. AC, you here on time for once. I like it. 6'5". I ain't seen you in a minute, man. How you? Everything golden? Hope so. Will, what up? Oh, Will sent me 2 diamond videos for this. Diamond videos. Thank you, Will, for those videos, bro. I'll be getting so many videos, but yo, these 2, we need these for sure. Callie putting in work. Tiff, what up? Thanos, what up, my brother? Herlandy, what's goody? I ain't seen you in a minute. Hope all is well. Lex on time. Royce, what up? Damn, it's like 10 o'clock. Better for y'all. Y'all get up late or something. Griff, what's popping, my G? Salute to my brother.
What up, buzzing, bird flipping, dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
EP in the building, gifted one. This might be risky membership. God bless, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Brandon, what up, kid? T Will in the building. Salute, man. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit the X-Pac, what up? Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let's get it popping. VZ, what up, kid? Good to see you. I like it, man. I like it. So we got the gifts out the way. All right, cool, man. Bradley, what up? You good? Sound about right. Damn, man. Hit the like button if you can. I'm feeling good, man. I started going back to the gym early in the morning. I feel better. The day starts, you know. I've been up so long. And they say you burn more calories simply just because you awake, you know what I'm saying, for most of the day. So I get up at 5, you know, you're already moving and grooving, and then you just stay up, you know. So I think there's a benefit to that for sure, man. We had to run today, though. I don't like that shit.
You like cardio?
I don't mind cardio. I don't like to run like road work, you know. I don't prefer road work, but you need it, though, you know. So hit that like button. Let's get it popping. Take this walk with me, all right? Would you rather have a life? Damn. Would you rather have a lifetime of minor inconveniences or one major life-altering event?
I'll take the lifetime of inconveniences.
Why?
Because the lifetime of inconveniences mean I'll just have to deal with a lot of little shit, and I think that's life. and it just makes me stronger because they're saying I'm gonna just keep getting over it because it's gonna last a lifetime. One catastrophic event could be like, I'm missing my legs. I'm okay. You know what I'm saying?
Well, would you think about it, right? This may be even more real than you give it a little bit of credit for. Would you do one Katrina, or would you do a bunch of little setback, little setback, little setback, little setback?
Little setbacks, little setbacks, little setbacks.
But isn't that normally how life is now? And people ain't doing well, right? Like people can't, because these things aren't catastrophic, right? Like one flat tire or your check engine light go on or your transmission go out, that's ruining people. People can't survive a check engine light. They go from they brakes squeaking to they brakes grinding because they don't know how to change them, and that's $400.
Yeah.
So
yeah, but that sounded like just living life poorly, right? You're not maneuvering, right? So eventually you get a little thing at Pet Boys. Pay them monthly, they'll do monthly maintenance. They'll rotate your tires, keep everything updated. Huh? What?
Nah. 90% of us live in paycheck to paycheck.
Man, they be at brunch.
Who be at brunch?
They be at brunch. You should see the dorm room for college. They got luxury college dorm rooms.
What you mean?
Like the girls, you got Facebook.
Yeah.
They like, I don't know, they turned it into like a damn.
Where's your microphone?
You said you never said that.
No, I'm saying it's like it's muffling.
Oh, it's right here at the bottom. Sometimes I put my hand down there.
But those are I think that those now people do spend on things that are less important, 100%, but they don't have the money for that or the stuff that is important. You know, I'm just wondering about us dealing with daily setbacks, right? That's how life kind of is right now. And I see a lot of people not doing great. I wonder if it was one thing you survived that, right? It alters things, it changes things, but at least it's out the way now.
Yeah. You know what I think that's the one advantage us French babies have over like middle class people or people that come from high class. It's because like a minor setback will be something that we live through on a consistent basis, right? Like even when they say like winter is coming and like we think about living in the projects and eating noodles every day and making shit work and drinking sugar water and like we just think about this the way we grew up. We grew up in a police winter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a lot of things that hit us, that's expected. Life is expected to just be tumultuous and then ever so often we get a high point. And when we get that high point, we live it up. Broke people, they get
your mic is the worst it's ever been.
Why?
I don't know. It's like muffling itself. I don't know if the volume
hand
is
not there. My hand not on it.
It just kind of cleared up whatever you just did.
Oh, I unplugged it.
Okay, that might have been it. Yeah, but here's the thing, right? We live in a setback state, right? So when you're talking about people drinking sugar water and eating noodles, the repercussions of that are massive because we got hypertension and all this other stuff, right? Diabetes and carrying on. So we are surviving it, but are we really, right? And we setback after setback. And then we get a refund check or we get our taxes back.
Yeah.
Right. And we think we up. And
we splurge it, right? Because it's never something that's saying hold on to it. It's saying that I only get this one good time a year and I'm gonna live this up. Because even if I save this, shit gonna still happen. You gotta live it up now because the condition that we live in under. Every opportunity you have to turn up, you gotta seize that moment. And when it's all you ever know, you don't expect there to be more. When we look at people that live high, sedentary lives, we automatically think, oh, it's somebody in their family that gave them that, right? It's somebody that did something. Well, I don't come from that. You know, I was born on the have-not side, and this is the have-not life. And people are I think majority of people are complacent within accepting the have-not life. I think it's only a minority of people who feel like I come from nothing and I'm a have something. And it's a smaller amount that actually make it to something, because we all have the idea, you know, but the application is totally different.
Yeah, I don't even think they have the idea. They have a dream.
A dream.
Yeah, they have a dream that has no action behind it, and we accept our circumstances, right? And I think we live in a place in which we have minor setbacks and inconveniences that we think are just a part of life, you know? But in actuality, we need to be, that's not how we need to live, right? We put so much triumph in trauma, right? We think that everything has to be difficult, right? And then that's how you succeed, you know? We value so much heartache. We value trauma. We value hard things. And I think we overvalue them a little bit, you know, because we discredit people if they didn't come from hard things, you know, and that's a life of minor to mid, you know, inconveniences, right? Because it's always something. And I think that is doing us a disservice. That's why I wonder, man, damn, yo, if I could just get one and get it out the way, and now I'm boom on a path. I think that may make sense for most people, because people we ain't surviving these quote unquote inconveniences.
Yeah, and then you know, the platitude is that like hard time build character, right? That's the platitude.
Yeah, even the thing like soft times build, what's it called? Soft times build weak men, or strong men build weak men, or something like that.
Yeah, so like the strong men build, they work and they create good times, but good times create soft men.
And that's just that, and it doesn't. I understand it, right? I actually like it, you know, but I disagree simply because I'm fathering that young man. So if I father him correctly, what makes him weak? Unless I'm also weak, right? He may not go through the same exact struggles, but I can put him in situations, think for himself, grind hard, you know, and he's pouring that energy that I had into different things, like being a student athlete, like the chess club, and etc. You know, so I just think,
and it's your parenting as well, right?
Like
it's your parenting as well, right? So I guess they're more aligned with like the influenza case, where the kid was so rich he didn't understand consequences.
Affluenza, yeah.
Yeah, so it's I don't know why I say influenza. But you know, it's just like, hey, a lot of times we get a better environment. Our kids be acting like white kids, talking back, being disrespectful. No, you know, they don't care about authority.
Yeah, and it's
like
just
the rules don't apply to them.
It's poor parenting, you know. Poor parenting. That's the bottom line. Like it. I remember there was a time, Sherelle. Now this could be me not remembering it holistically, but I had to run a 5 and out, right? And there was a radio flyer, you know, the little red cart that everybody used to have. So my dad put it right there, right? So I run the 3. I run 5 yards out, right? And I had to jump over the radio flyer while catching the ball, you know? And I remember the sun being up and then the sun going down, and I was still out there running the same route until I think it was like 10 catches in a row or something, 20, something stupid. You know what I mean? Like, and it's just simple, but he was consistently making me do it, and he ain't waver.
Right.
That messaging goes to how you do a lot of things. You know what I mean? Even though just me catching the football, but it was a whole lot more than that.
Yeah. Like the Karate Kid with the.
Nah, fuck the Karate Kid. I'm talking about
jacket. Football.
I don't give a damn about that Karate Kid. That wax on, wax off shit don't work. I punch through that shit. You know what I'm saying?
That you could be. That you could be Bruce Lee.
I beat the Snoop Dogg shit out of Bruce. Bruce Lee is 126 pounds. Trevor's popping with the $5. What up? How much do you charge to break down videos? Just send me if it's a good one and it makes sense. We make sure we credit the content creator and we review it and all that good stuff, man. You know? Aaron with the $2 says, one problem always bringing friends along. You got to expound on that a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel.
Is he saying like when I said we be trying to get out the hood or make it out?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
so
like black tax.
Let's go here. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let me see. Let me make sure I get this up here. So, shout out to my brother Fo. He had texted me, and he was like, yo, his cousin, he from there, right? And Dr. G also sent this to me. Explosion reported in North St. Louis County. Let's take a look, man. Pray for all these people, man. God bless.
My friend, I seen.
What did you?
NIT.
And that 4 people are hurt. Fluorescent. Firefighters are telling us that a house exploded on Candlewick Club Drive right next to St. Angela Merici off of North Highway 67. So this is the map here. This is an unincorporated part of North County. We do understand that 4 people are hurt, one of them severely, and the other 3 injuries are minor. Now take a look. This is a view from someone's front door. You can see that dark plume of smoke coming from that just that vantage point there. We know a lot of people live in this area. In fact, witnesses are texting us into our text line 314-425-5355. Let us know if you saw anything as well. We understand that this happened around 9:15 this morning around Newhalls Ferry and Lindbergh. This appears to have happened near the Walmart off of Lindbergh as well by Coldwater Creek. So you can see here, everyone has now been evacuated at that Walmart. We see the workers in their blue vests there waiting to get word on whether they can return back inside the store. Now, again, this is an unincorporated part of the county, so it's not technically in Florissant, but it is very close to that area. And people that we have talked to, it looks like our crew might be getting an interview to someone as well. So I wonder if we can listen in here for a second, potentially.
Yes, my first name is Bishop Nitty, Bishop Nitty, and I'm a representative of No More ODs and High-Speed Chases.
Got it. Tell us about being here today. Your niece works here, so tell us about why you came to Walmart. Did you check on her? Tell us about that.
Absolutely. I was sitting at home in my man cave, and I heard a big loud explosion, like something crashed into my house.
What time was that, you know? Or?
That happened about an hour ago, because I was brushing my teeth, and it just shook me to the core. I ran upstairs to, holler at my spouse and to check on her to see if she was all right, because it was that impactful.
So then from there, what did you do? Obviously, I know Walmart has evacuated. Tell us about why you came here.
Well, I came around her because my niece, she works a cash register in her. And when I heard the explosion, I came outside and my friend, I seen a cloud of smoke just coming from everywhere. And then I got a text from her. You know, she said that they was making them evacuate because they heard an explosion in the building. So it was my concern to check on her safety, make sure everything, you know, she was okay and everything. And so that's why I'm here.
How's she doing? I know it didn't happen here, but I'm sure it's a relief to know that she's okay.
Yes, it is, because I've been dealing with a lot of losses and, you know, my family and everything. And so it's just a crucial time right now. We all have to appreciate today and just be thankful that we all still breathing and pray for the people that have been impacted by this explosion.
Anything else?
No, I just want to say no more ODs and high speeds and say hell no to fentanyl.
I love the tagline. Thank you so much. I'm going to grab the mic from you, and that's all we needed. Thank you.
Is that a Nike hoodie?
Yeah. That's Nike.
I ain't never seen a switch like that. Oh.
This is a breaking news alert.
Right now at 4:30, we're continuing our live team coverage of the explosion that rocked North St. Louis County this morning. This was the scene earlier today, Drone 4 flying above to get this view of the massive destruction, the tragedy drawing so many first responders and so many officials to the scene, and still so many questions this afternoon about what exactly caused this explosion. Our Corey Stark has been at the scene all day.
Damn. So the thing about this is, he said no more high-speed chases or ODs, right? Overdoses, and hell no to fentanyl. What is the cause of the explosion? Is it a cookhouse? Is it a gas line, gas leak? I'm just saying that. I could be totally wrong, right? But he's just on an interview because that's what he is he seemed like he was a part of that organization. You see what I mean?
But nobody passed away. So it couldn't have been a cookhouse, like, because then people would have blew up in the house if they caused it.
Yeah.
So maybe it was a gas leak or somebody made a bomb. Too.
He spoke with Representative Wesley Bell, who toured the neighborhood. Corey.
Yeah, Cam, that's right. Good afternoon to you. It was about an hour ago that Congressman Wesley Bell was touring some of the damage and talking with some of the neighbors in this area with St. Louis County Police Chief Kenneth Gregory by his side. And I had a chance to talk with Congressman Bell as he was touring some of the damage, and he was shocked by what he saw, drawing some comparisons, just not on as large of a scale as the tornado that just, of course, a few months ago went through North City and impacted many of his constituents. And he was just in awe by these homes being flattened down the road from me. And this is what he had to say earlier this afternoon.
This looks like a war zone, and I'm not overstating or overestimating. For this small area, I've never seen anything like this. It is at least 5 houses that are just not there anymore. And the fact that so far, and I'm continuing to pray it stays this way, the fact that there were no fatalities, it is just truly amazing.
As Wesley Bell said, no fatalities at this point in this, which is really a miracle. 3 individuals we just learned have been transported or were transported to the hospital. More than 20 properties were damaged by the blast this morning. And this blast could be heard from miles and miles away from this scene. And some neighboring surveillance video from an area close to here caught that blast. Take a listen to this. Just the sheer impact from that blast.
Yeah. Hey, at least you know everybody go to work. Cause wasn't nobody there in all them houses. Oh no, one of the homeowners got injured. But I think it said 4 injuries altogether. And from what we gathered, nobody died. Right.
Morning, and that video was shared with our Caroline Hecker. Caroline, let's get to you. Where are you at this point, and what are you learning this afternoon from people who experienced these blasts this morning?
Corey, we're in a subdivision that sits right behind the Walmart that's off of Lindbergh, so we're about 800 feet from...
Oh, is it a vacant place? Look, that window...
I know, I see that board. Unless he put it up there because his windows blew it out from the explosion.
Oh, yeah.
Where this explosion took place as the crow flies. We're separated by the creek and the thick tree line here behind me. But as you heard in that video, which was captured in this subdivision, that explosion was so powerful. Even over here, it broke windows, it shook some homes, and neighbors say it sent them outside to try to figure out what was going on. This home security camera capturing the moment a deafening explosion rocked much of North St. Louis County. The explosion so powerful it knocked Alvin Edwards Jr. off his feet.
And I just heard a loud boom. When it boomed, by the time it boomed, I went down and looked up, and it was smoke. And you can see the debris up in the air going, everything. It was crazy.
His neighborhood sits not far from the blast site, shattering nearby windows. Edwards Jr. says neighbors came running outside, not sure what they had heard.
I didn't know what was going on. I thought literally a bomb had went off. And I'm just it took me a minute to kind of grab my senses because it was, I was in shock.
See, for me, I would be nervous, right? Because if I don't know why them houses blew up, would I just be sitting in my house all comfortable type shit?
Yeah, like who else next? Especially if
This
it's
one
like
behind
a
me
leak or a line or something.
That's what I'm saying.
Is a rental property, and the property manager had stopped by earlier today. You can see they had to board up a couple of windows that were blown out. There's one here in the front and there's one in the back that they say the glass was shattered as a result of the concussion from this explosion. So coming up at 5, we spoke with another neighbor who wasn't home when this happened, but when she went inside, she discovered quite the mess. Corey will have her story coming up again at 5. Back to you.
All right, Caroline, we'll see you at 5 o'clock. Thank you. As we've heard from a lot of people, they're confused and concerned about how this happened. We learned from Spire that they have done some checks to their gas lines today and they found no issues, but a lot of question marks there. And looking more into this is First Alert 4 investigator David Amilati back in our studio. David, what have you been able to learn on the investigative side about the situation?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and jump into what we've been able to find so far. First Alert 4 investigates went through county building permits and inspection records. We haven't found anything related to these specific properties. Spire tells us that they don't have any record of any excavations in this area for at least the last 60 days. Now, while we work to get answers on what caused this house explosion today, First Alert 4 Investigates is also working to continue updating you on previous explosions from around the area. So just today, we're learning there's a lawsuit over a Glendale home explosion. First Alert 4 took you there this past January when a mother and her 3 children were able to escape with injuries. The family is now suing Spire for negligence, including not properly marking utility locations. Again, that lawsuit just filed in the last week. In May, there was that deadly house explosion in Florissant. Police say Michael Blankenship was making homemade fireworks when that explosion happened just north of 270 in Hanley. He was taken to the hospital where he later died. Just last month, First Alert 4 told you about 5 people injured in an explosion near the area of State Park Place near Collinsville. We know a mother, a father, and 3 children were taken to the hospital. Relatives say Ameren was called to the home about a smell of gas, but say the family was told it was okay to stay there. Back in early 2024, a loud boom woke up neighbors in Defiance, Missouri. This was a story that rattled the region. 2 young boys.
See, now this to be the problem. What's up, Dr. Lockhart? This be the problem with the news. Now they're going to tell you about every story they possibly can to build up the worry and the fear. From every place in Missouri, regardless if it's in proximity to St. Louis.
Exactly. Fear mongering.
Yo, I'm telling you, bro, that shit is Well, all praises that I think everybody's okay. I know somebody was severely injured. Something shaky about it. They said they found no issues with the gas lines, gas leaks. I would almost prefer that, to be honest. I would hope that maybe somebody was cooking something crazy, trying to get up out of there, and it blew up. That's why that person was seriously injured. Because at least we know it's not the gas lines, so we can assume everybody else in that neighborhood or around in proximity is good.
No, what the hell was he cooking here? Did you see?
I don't know. I'm just trying
to. Was cooking up a bomb. The fuck? No.
Damn.
It wasn't no science experiment. What was he trying to create?
I know, trying to create. Goddamn. He was cutting his
house blew up. It wasn't a little bit.
Damn. I don't know. He blew up 3 houses. That nigga had blue magic in that.
That nigga man that never cooked that dough. He did not make a bowl of cereal. I'm serious.
God damn, bro. And all praise to the Most High that everybody's alive, right? I don't know how serious the injuries are, man, but you definitely got to be careful, right? Minding your and we just speculating, But if you see something, say something. There's so many times where things will get past our eyes, but it'll notice it. We'll notice it, but we just kind of ignore it or look away and things like that, and then it'll manifest into something. you know, and we just speculating, you know, if it's a gas leak. They said that they didn't find any issues. Who knows, right? They just told us about the family who they said it was okay when it wasn't. One dude was making fireworks, which I guess they speculating how we speculate, right?
Pretty much. Because if you did just blow up 3 houses, you probably said, I don't know what happened.
Yeah. Like, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mahogany in the building.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Susan Mahogany, man, appreciate you for gifting those 5. Oh, excuse me, that one. This might be risky membership. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. I be seeing some shit that just be weirding me out. I don't understand it, how they come to these conclusions or how these things happen.
What the hell? Oh my God, no way. Talking about.
So my man right here, I'm trying to understand with this painting on beard, what he's trying to sell.
Yo, send her $300 right now. Just because, though. I know you see her out there handling business. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of men. I don't want a woman that leeches off of dudes, but you see us a lot of women that holding shit down for real. They taking care of their responsibilities. They keeping their maintenance up on themselves. And you know for a fact, those women that probably really deserve somebody that look out for them. So send it to them just because. I see you. And just put just because. And I'm trying to tell you, I'm giving you game.
And this is why.
Look at the comment here. It says, why send 300 when you can send 3 million? Step up your game, brokey.
Yo, send her $300 right now. Just because, though. I know you see her out there handling business. You know what I'm saying? I know a lot of men. I don't want a woman that leeches off of dudes, but you see us a lot of women that holding shit down for real. They taking care of their responsibilities. They keeping their maintenance up on themselves. And you know for a fact, those women that probably really deserve somebody that look out for them. So send it to them just because. I see you. And just put just because. And I'm trying to tell you, I'm giving you game.
And this is why I believe in the death penalty.
The death penalty?
I don't even know what Mark. Hello? Maybe Saturday, Friday. Maybe Friday afternoon. Yeah. All right. Yeah. All right. Yo, what is he talking about?
That man said the death penalty.
What is he talking about?
Pandering, bro.
Just send 3 and then put just cuz?
You know what rage bait is, right?
No. Maybe.
Okay, so rage bait is when you just make a very obtuse post because it's going to gain a lot of traction because you said some dumb shit.
He's serious. He dead serious.
He a scammer.
Who he scamming?
Women.
Is it working?
That should be working. Then they're gonna put that. They're gonna send that in the group text. Clock it.
But he told men do that though.
Yeah, but the women, right? Now be shutting down every nigga who ain't sending her $300.
I'm telling you, a panderer is the most dangerous nigga to a woman.
And you say that's why I believe in the death penalty.
He dangerous, bro. That painted on beard nigga is dangerous. You heard? I'm telling you, fellas. I'm just sending her 300. I'm telling you. Huh?
Because what woman gonna disagree? We all want an extra 300. He's right. Now that we think about it, a man said it, he must be right.
Y'all need to rebuke that. So if you looking at camera, what you telling him since he watching right now?
Get your money, bro.
See, we're gonna get to your recommendations. That's for damn sure. We're gonna get to your recommendations at the end of this. God,
get your money, bro.
We're gonna get to your recommendations.
He's out here pandering hard. That man got a Lamborghini. He in a Lamborghini, huh? That's a Porsche?
Was it a Lamborghini?
Or was it a Porsche?
I don't know. You can rent whatever. Shout out to Turo.
Yeah, Turo expensive though. Shit.
To rent a car? As opposed to buying it?
He driving around like it's his. He paying like $2,000 a month. $2,000, $3,000 a month to drive around like it's his. Don't look like he working nowhere. He work right on the internet doing that shit right there. He got no job.
That shit, that's some despicable shit, man.
I think that little lace beard that he got, that shit extra money. Gotta keep up the hair. That's a designer hat he got on, huh?
He got all those enhancements on his beard, right? He got all those.
He got fake teeth. That was fake teeth too.
He got the veneers.
Yeah. Trying to keep up their lifestyle, man.
What you think about this? And I just never seen no shit like this before, man. Well, listen, let me talk to boy, man. You giving foolish recommendations, ruining people's lives, trying to you giving them false sense, right? That's the dumbest shit, and y'all keep doing it, and women keep falling for it. Stop listening to that foolishness, man. That ain't your life, nor should it be. Just send her. Who's her? Don't make no sense to me, man. Hit the like button, man. What you think about this, man?
They used to be funny as hell on TikTok.
Do you see what he did?
Hit her with
What you think?
Be like, I like that.
No, that's a proposal.
Yeah,
What you think about that proposal?
it was nice.
That's how you want your proposal to be?
No.
What you want?
I don't really think about it.
Oh, but you would accept the dap and the pat on the back? Huh? I don't. Let me show it again because they acting like they can't see it. This her proposal. These are the type of people that be married the longest.
Yeah, people are caught up in all that extra shit.
Salute to him, man. He got it done how he's supposed to get it done. He ain't doing too much. That be the problem. Everything be a show. Everything be a show. From the proposal to the wedding to the funeral.
To the baby shower, to the gender reveal, to the I just be like, these people can't be broke.
He like they be now she want to push gift and all this extravagance. And Shaw said it one time. He was like, he was at a wedding and people was judging they what's the things that go on the table, like the flowers, the place settings, centerpieces. He like, I'd be damned if I paid $30,000 for people to be judging my centerpieces. Right?
Yeah, it's like you can never keep up. You just can't keep up. I don't want to keep up. It's too much. They be married for 2 years. It's $60,000. Make $40,000 a year with $100,000 wedding. to be married for 2 years.
You combined income in the house is let's 100,000. Your wedding cost 30,000. You married for 2 years. God damn, niggas judge you.
Even my birthday parties, I never throw birthday parties where I have to pay. If I gotta pay for you to have fun with me,
What you mean?
I'm not paying for nobody to have fun with me. I'm gonna spend $50,000 on the wedding so y'all can enjoy the wedding. Nigga, please.
You spend this with you.
We got car notes. We can go on a vacation. We can do stuff that's just for us.
And people don't care about that shit for real at the wedding, right? Well, people be judgmental, right? But I know we bought our first house, right? And then we used the backyard and threw the reception party type thing. You know what I'm saying? I got a fake dance floor, had a big what's the thing? Like a tent. Had the tables. I had 2 bars on each side, and then I had a DJ booth, on the porch, right? And then I had a actual like one of the restaurants that right? And I did a buffet, but it was good food though. You know what I'm saying? Not that fucking wedding food with the potatoes and shit, And we had a blast, open bar and everything. The bartenders was drunk, everybody was drunk. It cost me like five grand, with everything, and we use that money and allocate it to something that actually appreciates.
Okay.
And hopefully people are waking up to that shit, bro.
It'd be nice to see, but it's just like then people. I think extraordinary people can do extraordinary things, but then it makes regular people feel inadequate. You know what I'm saying? When you're the majority of us can't have an $80,000 wedding. Stop, get your ass off TLC.
Yeah.
But we used to watch TLC all my childhood. Is always pick the right dress, pick the right venue. Bridezilla this, Bridezilla that. I'm watching the white people spending $80,000 on a wedding.
I'm telling you.
10 years into an engagement, still trying to save up for a wedding.
That's why I don't like that Afterpay Klarna shit that's popping off. Because it's giving people a false sense, bro. People don't actually care how much things cost. People care about affordability. So if a car costs $1 million, but you could pay $200 a month, niggas would get that car because all they care about is, can I afford it? Can I afford the payments?
Exactly. They're gonna buy that. They're gonna buy the Lexus, and when it breaks, they're gonna put them Toyota parts in.
Yeah, well, it's the same car.
But you could have went cheaper and just got the Toyota in the first place.
Yeah, I think that the key in that is the same. Nah, I ain't gonna lie though. I used to have an Infinity, and there is a difference though. Like, I gotta be honest about that. Like, you do miss some of those amenities that it has.
The luxury is the difference. But if you can't afford it, and when it breaks, you gotta put the awesome parts on it. You got volatile.
They forgot about that premium gas too. So motherfuckers be getting killed with that premium gas, man. I got one more for you, man. And this shit just be, I don't know. I just get so thrown off by shit that I'll be seeing. Hold on. Hit the like button, hit the like button, man. All right.
They play too much. I done seen a couple of them pranks go wrong and niggas get their ass whooped.
But why he waved back at them?
And then his brother looking like his partner looking at him like, "Son, what the fuck you got going on? You ain't see the play. You so wrapped, but he was wrapped up in the chick. I ain't gonna lie, he was wrapped up in the chick, so he was
No, Sherelle. He literally like looked at them and was like, and he had to wave with his forehand, so that's intentional. He had to turn to wave. Feel me?
He gonna watch that shit back and be mad as fuck.
And he thought about it. He paused first.
Mm-hmm. Like, I don't know them niggas.
He found out. Yeah, real shit. Oh, goodness. De Niro was popping with the $5. Might have been a meth lab. I live in Missouri. The state is notorious for those. Mm-hmm. Kurt with the $2. Get Sean's cousin off the internet. What? Chicago Real in the building with a 20 ball says for chugs, bottles, bibs, and brew fun.
Shit like that.
We need a house set out. Excuse me. We need a house set out of you for one of these Fridays. HAMP, peace. Perfect. Hey, Real, I love you, man. I appreciate you, man. Great to see you. Justin Hims was popping in the member for 3 months. Justin Hims with the $2 says the only woman getting 300 is my mama or sister. Sophisticated jerk in the building. He said just showing support with the 20 ball, man. Salute the Rilla for the first 20 ball of the day. Didn't fit. And sophisticated jerk, thank you, bro.
Oh, I'm broke, baby. I ain't got no money. Bullshit. I see you shining, nigga. I can smell a motherfucker with money. Even Ray Charles can see you got money.
Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man.
Trying to feel me, nigga. Politics as usual.
Perfect. Shit like that.
Sif was popping.
Hey y'all, hi.
We got a lot of shit to explore, man, and it runs directly into the leading topic.
Okay.
I appreciate y'all for entertaining the icebreakers for the pod. Let's get it on, man. Your man's Trump signs executive order aimed at ending cashless bail across the nation. As we continue to mine through the alleged martial law and etc. Mine through what's happening in DC. Touting the homicide-free rate, looking at criminality in several different ways. How do we curtail it, stop it, quail it, remedy it? What's the solution? Trump signs executive order aimed at ending cashless bail.
Cashless bail. We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in DC, and that we have the right to do through federalization. Okay, let's go. Street all over the country, cashless bail. We're ending it, but we're starting by ending it in DC, and that we have the right to do through federalization. Oh, could I ask you to say exactly what this is?
Of course. So as you've consistently identified, sir, cashless bail policies are a key driver of the disorder we see on city streets all over America. Catch and release system allows criminals to keep going back out onto the street and reoffending. What this executive order does, it charges your attorney general with identifying jurisdictions all over the country that have cashless bail policies, and then it withholds or revokes federal funds and grants that are flowing to those jurisdictions to ensure that we're only supporting the people who have reasonable common sense policies around crime.
So what area does it cover?
Potentially anywhere that has a cashless bail policy. So some of the largest cities, some of the most left-wing states in America.
Almost all of them, right?
Illinois would be a great example of that. Sir.
Oh, could I ask you to...
Illinois would be a great example of that, sir, is what he said at the end. Let me read Attorney Crump's not comment. But not comment, but yeah, comment. I don't know, whatever. Cash bail keeps people disproportionate. Now he's making a statement. Cash bail keeps people disproportionately low income people locked up simply because they can't afford freedom. Now the administration is eliminating cashless bail in DC and threatening to strip funds from cities with cashless bail, punishing poverty instead of addressing inequality. What's your thoughts on this, Tiff? And you guys understand what cashless bail is, right?
We don't have that in Texas. Like you got to post bail.
Yeah, you don't have cashless bail. We don't have cashless bail in Texas.
Yeah, that's something like I don't. What is cashless bail? Like you just bond your family?
No, you get bond. So you're released on the street, maybe with a monitor or with a promise to appear, right? So you don't have to pay, whether it be a surety bond or a cash bond to get out. They let you out, right? And they monitor you, before until your court dates and things of that nature. In DC, they put you on a monitor most of the time, right? So you'll be reporting as though you're on like probation, but you're waiting and you're going through the sequence of arraignment, so on and so forth,
Oh wow.
So if you notice, the man said catch and release is what's being stopped because that's essentially what they're alleging happened, right? That they get the person for whatever the crime is and they let them back out, back into the street while they're going through their judicial process, as opposed to holding them until they pay out like they do in Texas. And he's simply saying this largely affects people who don't have the money to pay. That's Ben's Crump sentiment. So it doesn't target anybody specifically, but we know who is more likely to be susceptible to cashless, doing away with cashless bail.
Yeah, I it just in reading it and hearing him talk about it, to me it just seems like we know that crime is an all-time low. And then when them talking about like bringing essentially vagrancy bills back, where if you're homeless, it's like you're gonna keep punishing the same person over and over because the homeless person might be jailed, then they can't make bail, so they're gonna sit, and then like it's a cycle that you could foresee happening to people that don't have the resources.
But they're being arrested for crimes.
Wouldn't it be able to like set up a particular system that based on the crime that was committed, that you could say if you like qualified for low bail, like the theft under $50, like a Class C misdemeanor, stuff like that, I could see it. But if it's a more serious crime, then you should have to bail. But I might not be a good person for this because like in Texas, you go on and get out, you got to make bail. Somebody got to sign for you, all kind of stuff. So to me, I think the biggest issue is like we have so many different nuances state to state that like if this is just going to be the way that it is going forward and it's going to cause less confusion. I mean,
okay, so you're for cash bail, cash bonds.
That's all I know. So to me, like to not pay for a bond, like I'm like, wait, how they do that? Where they do that at?
They do it in places.
Does it work though? Like, is it successful?
The allegation is that it doesn't work, right? And so you saw him say, Illinois is a good example of this, right? And by Illinois, they largely referring to Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And they see cashless bail in a lot of blue, quote unquote, blue states.
I mean, but they're criminals though, right? They've committed a crime.
Well, they're innocent until proven guilty, but they have been alleged to have committed a crime, and there was enough evidence to arrest them for said crime.
But even in that, if you letting somebody be bailed out, but they have to wear a monitor, like, isn't that like you're like volunteering to be surveillance, right? Like that's that. I don't. Okay.
What are you saying? Go ahead, finish it.
I'm just think like that would bother me if I really didn't do the crime, but I have this monitor on me, like watching me like I'm guilty of something. It just seems it's different. I'm just trying to process my head around it. But I mean, we are talking about potentially somebody that is getting, innocent until proven, but got arrested. I don't know. I hope. I'd love to see the projected amount of people that are going to be affected. I have to also say I'm gonna always side eye anything Benjamin Crump says, because I just feel like he's like a gnat. He shows up at really weird times, and it's a trend when he shows up.
Okay. So you're side eyeing it because it's Ben Crump saying it.
I need to know what is he really trying to say? Like, what are you saying?
He's saying this disproportionately affects low income people because they don't have the money to bail out. It is easier and more conducive to fight a case outside than inside. So if you don't have the money, you have to sit until you go to arraignment. Hopefully they lower your bail or whatever the case is. Right? So he's not saying it, but he's saying basically the people of color, especially as it pertains to DC, are going to be disproportionately affected.
Yeah, the only thing that I can say, like, quite honestly, I really hope people start. I hope that the statehood push is fulfilled, because DC is under some really, really strange situations. Because, like, for me, that's like he can't do that. It's illegal. But because DC's not a state, they don't have the same type of rights, and that to me is concerning more than anything, because the people still pay into the tax system. So how are we having all these different justice systems? Now that is a problem. That's an issue.
Well, so it's an executive order, right?
Mm-hmm.
So with DC, to your point, it is enacted,
Right.
But he's going to all the states that have cashless bail. Do you think alleged criminals should remain behind bars?
I hate to say it, but I think it's case by case. I really do. I don't think that's something that you should.
How do you case by case it? So are you saying if they're alleged to have committed crime of murder, you keep them?
I'm saying right now, I don't have a distinct answer. I'd like to think about it and process it, because I don't. People being in jail is too fucking serious to be cavalier about it. Like, I refuse to just be cavalier about people that may be away from children, people that may lose jobs, folks that may be innocently prosecuted. Like, I don't think this is the kind of topic where we can just spew out an answer, because you're impacting lives, multiple lives. I think it's something that when these type of things come up, we need to look at it with a nuanced eye, and then look and see who will be impacted, how can it be, and if what they have right now is currently working, like what's the goal for this? Like, who asked for this?
Well, what it is you want to deter, right?
Mhm.
So in there, all people care about in the county is getting home, how they can get out of there,
Mhm.
right? Niggas are blow trial by saying the wrong thing. Niggas are going around. All types of stuff happens, right? But the key is you want to get out of there, right?
Mhm.
And it's alleged that they've done a crime, and there's enough evidence to arrest them, So just looking at it now, there's money, right? If you have the money, you can bail out, right? But the money is the thing that is in question, according to Ben Crump. If you don't have the money, you can't bail out. What happens? And if it disproportionately affects people, even though the judicial system should serve all people the same,
Right.
but by proxy of bail bonding, if you don't have that 10% or the cash, then you don't get the same freedom
Right.
to fight in the same way.
And that's what I'm saying. Knowing people that have had to sit because they don't have it, it's like a double-edged sword. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's one thing to, especially when I'll say this, if I felt more secure that the law was fair and everybody had a equal innocent until proven guilty or ticket systems, if it was fair, then I might be okay with it. But because I know when things are criminalized or anything that has to do with the legal system, typically Black people take the brunt of a law or a change. And I love Black people, so like I said, I have to give it. I want to really research it and look at it. I really do, just because if it's going to disproportionately affect Black people, because you want to say that we're criminalized more when we know we're over policed. To me, this is just giving. They need to get people in these jails. If crime is down 30%, that means it's not lucrative. So we need to criminalize bodies so that we can fill up these prisons. Like, I'm looking at the bigger scope of it. Oh, we can't get you this way, we'll try to get you this way. We can't get you this way, we'll try to get you that way. So if you can't bail out because you don't have money, then the jail gets to hold that body and make money off of it. Now you got to feed it, clothe it.
Okay. So what are you saying? You're saying that this is another way to keep people in the prisons
Mm-hmm.
to generate money or income or whatever the case for the prison system.
I think so, yeah. Just saying, if I had to, what comes to mind immediately is like, oh, okay, there's not enough people in these jails. There's not enough money being made. And knowing that one of the people that's on his cabinet invest heavily in private prisons, it's like, oh, it is giving grift.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, cash bail. I'm looking at just in terms of just my anecdotal experience. Most everybody in there was doing some shit, right? Because it'd be a lot of petty shit. You got caught with a burner. You got caught with drugs on you more than you was supposed to have. You was publicly intoxicated and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying? A lot of it be a whole lot of petty stuff,
Right.
you know? And so I'm just looking like, do they get to fight those petty cases, you know, on the earth, or do they need to pay a penalty for being caught doing such a thing?
And that's why I said, like, you sincerely would have to go case by case, because if somebody there's like in Texas, you know, if somebody's stealing under a certain amount, they can give you a ticket or they can arrest you. But a lot of times it's either on the station's or the place's decision or that police officer. And having that amount of freedom of what happens, then what goes into, okay, we need to try to make it pop, make our money. And you can just see just the effect of how it could negatively be impacted on folks doing petty crime. Because if you're stealing from Walmart, specifically if you're stealing food because you need food, now we're going to put you in jail. Now you got to get bailed out. You still ain't got no food. You're still in a horrible situation, and you've made a bad situation worse. They shouldn't be stealing the food. You should not.
Well, I think so the argument is that's where it stops. That's where the argument starts and ends. You're stealing the food, you face the repercussions, right? And now we're looking at subjectivity where, okay, that's not so bad. This is bad, right? You know, and then when does it stop? How do you know it stops at somebody petty theft? Does it stop at murder too? Does it stop at manslaughter? Right? And if we have violent offenders, right? Alleged violent offenders being released back into the place in which they were already violent, what happens?
And you know what? When you said it, it made me think about Bible study when you were talking about the commandments and that, like the judgment and like the weight, but you still have to keep all of them. So essentially, if you break the law, you break the law. And how that system rolls, if this is how it operates, then it is what it is, because you did commit a crime.
Now, what do you think about rehabilitation versus punitive?
I like rehabilitation, and I know we've had this conversation again this week in the Discord, specifically when talking about like these young people in DC. If you can get a ticket for, I guess, jumping what do you call it when they are getting on like the subway or the train, but they don't pay for it? It's called jumping something. Like they essentially they didn't pay for like to get on. Huh?
Yeah, jumping the turnstile. Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess there's supposed to be a $50 ticket on top of. I didn't know y'all didn't have a bus system. So I guess the kids can ride the buses and the trains in certain areas for free. So what if somebody's 12, 13 headed to school? Somebody says you jumped, whatever. Now you got a ticket, or it goes into this horrible, silly situation. So it's just like it's too many variables.
What do you mean if they say you jumped the turnstile?
So apparently, I guess over this weekend, some person jumped the thing. Another woman came behind, tried to say no, he paid. I think the lady got slick back and forth. She ended up getting maced, all kind of stuff. And just that small incident escalated. But even in that, I thought about that kid. Remember we talked about when if they break the rules? I don't want to see little people get like cuffs on them. I just it's something to me about when you start going down that path, it just never gets better. And if even as like an adult, if you make a bad decision and you have to be held accountable, but you don't become this I'm in the system shit. Like I just the way we do it now, one, I don't like it, and two, I know that it's not for everybody. We all know white boys that have done foolish stuff that because they could afford it, it didn't even hit their record, or they get with deferred adjudication. So again, you're gonna set a system up to where the poor people are gonna if they're gonna be harmed more than anybody. Poor people and people of color.
You know the little niggas is doing the shooting.
Yeah.
15,
Yeah.
16.
But you don't you can't bail out if you shoot nobody, can you? You can't bail out on you can bail out on gun charges?
That's what cashless is. If you got a gun charge, manslaughter, murder too, right? It did right. That's the key about the cashless thing. You able to fight right outside. You know, now depending on the charge, they may not give you a bail right then and there. You may have to go see the judge for arraignment to get bail. You know,
Okay.
but I remember I got arrested for fighting, right? And I got a bail that night.
Were you fighting?
Yeah.
Do you think you should have had to pay bail? Like, do you think that would deter people?
I mean, I wasn't thinking about it in a moment, but I know if I wouldn't have been able to bail out, I mean, I just wonder, you know. But I think the key point is I was fighting too. Let's look at this. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit the like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Let me see if I understand. We are only apparently an outlier. In fact, we, if you look carefully at the comparisons between countries, have a lot more violent crime and conditional on the level of crime. We're not, at least not in every respect, more punitive than some of our countries that we compare ourselves to. But I want to ask, in the spirit of friendly devil's advocacy here, is prison the answer? You're putting a lot on incapacitation. Don't they teach us about deterrence? They teach us about rehabilitation, and they teach us about retribution. Back in the day, when I was inveighing against mass incarceration, I was very concerned with the politics of retribution, with the idea that criminals would be painted as these demonic figures, and that people would be riled up and given a false sense of security through the expression of punitiveness through our politics and our policy. But then when we actually looked at the effect of prisons, crime is criminogenic. This is one of Bruce Western, the sociologist at Columbia University who works on criminal justice issues from a left of center point of view, is one of his principal points. You actually make people worse, less fit. They don't stay. You make that point yourself. The average length is 2 years or so of a prison sentence. So people are back on the streets. They're connected to other people. They go into communities. The character of life in those communities is affected by what is going on inside the prisons. People are hardened in their attitudes and whatnot. A certain culture is fueled that is, not healthy for the youngsters who are growing up around it and all like that. So even if you're right to stress that there is more violent crime, which requires a response, why is it so obvious that locking more people up is the appropriate response?
Yeah, I think the best.
All right, so you hear the premise that he laid out? Sherelle, Tiff, you heard the premise that he laid out?
Yeah, that by arresting people and having them in the system, they end up coming out worse than when they went in.
Let me read these real quick. Cash, what up, kid? With the 10 ounces. Sub, Hamp, salute. Example, in 2010, when he was 16, Khalif Browder was arrested for allegedly stealing a backpack. Unable to make bail, Browder was held at Rikers Island for 3 years. Yep, good example. Son, kid. Right, so he's saying the largely punitive nature, right? There is no rehabilitative qualities, right? Or they are overwhelmed by the punishments that are leveraged, right? So he's saying, why is arresting people and keeping them locked up the answer? You know?
Answer to that question is to lean into the incapacitation point, because prison is the best and really the only way to reliably prevent the sort of crimes that we're worried about being committed in the absence of this kind of response, right? There's a lot of talk about rehabilitation in the United States, and that is certainly something that we should continue to pursue and invest in. But I think the most serious scholars will tell you that if you read the literature honestly, what you will be forced to conclude is that we don't really know how to reliably rehabilitate the typical prisoner in the United States. And certainly we don't know how to do that at scale. Again, we have 1.9 million people under lock and key on a given day in this country. That's a lot. The idea that we have ready, deployable rehabilitation programs that will reliably reduce the risk to a level of comfort that everyone is okay with, if we're going to pursue the sort of mass scale decarceration that people want to pursue, I just don't think that exists. And so, rehabilitation is one of those things that, yes, it's one of the four sort of penological justifications for incarceration, but it's not one that we figured out. And so until we do that, I think we owe it to communities to provide the protection that is associated with the removal of criminal actors, particularly high-rate offenders and offenders who pose a high risk of committing serious violence, from the street for as long as possible. The deterrence point, I think, is certainly important, general deterrence. There's a lot of research that shows, for example, that simply giving someone a sentence that's 6 months longer or a year longer isn't going to reduce their likelihood to reoffend, compared to the person who gets the shorter sentence. That's true, but again, it's that leaves aside the point of incapacitation, right? That if that person's committing 10 index felonies a year, that extra 6 months means that the community that they would go to is spared 5 of those serious crimes. But the general deterrence point, I think, is also very real. I mean, if you really raise the transaction cost of criminal behavior a significant degree, where the difference is not just 6 months or a year, you can actually, reduce crime pretty significantly. I think one of the best studies on this is the study of the 3 strikes regime in California.
So you hear that? He's saying you remove the criminal element from these communities because the majority of the people in the community aren't of the criminal element. So you remove those criminal elements for an elongated period of time, we do see that people change their behavior because of the state of the sentence. So he says if you make punishments more egregious, you remove that element from the community for a longer time, which serves the people who live there that aren't doing anything wrong. And plus, that person is less likely to do the same crime because of the severity of the punishment. And now he's going to talk about 3 strikes.
Done by Heelan and Tabroff in 2007. What they find is that there is a 17 to 20% reduction in the likelihood of a rearrest for somebody who has 2 strikes compared to similarly situated offenders with 0 strikes or 1 strike. That's a meaningful difference. Now, we can argue about.
And so in awareness of the 3 strike, right? Essentially, you get a 3rd strike, you got like life.
Mm-hmm.
So he's saying the people who were on their 2nd strike and on their 3rd strike, right, started behaving better. 25 to life. Thank you, AC. That is interesting, right? And he's saying there was a reduction of 17 to 20% between the guys who were the people who were on their 3rd strike, as opposed to the ones who were on their 1st and 2nd strike.
I don't know. I'd like to see the effects of the 94, because that's the 94 crime bill where they had the 3 strikes. And I think, again, systemically, we've seen that that doesn't always work for
Nobody's saying always. We're saying a reduction in crime, right?
I
And so
mean,
I think that's what's being assessed. And he's saying make harsher punishment. Tommy, what up, kid? What up, Mr. Fantastic? Space was goody, right? Harsher punishment, you see people behave better, and then the 3 strike deterred crime from those, what's it called? Those career criminals
right.
by 20%. That's interesting. Go ahead. Go ahead.
It's interesting, but again, you know me, I'm one like, okay, I want to know the effects. I want to know, is there like statistically a what do you call it, like a sentencing disparity? Because I think normally Black people get sentenced, I think it's want to say 20% longer, and the bills are often higher. So one, you're a career criminal, so it's like you can have but so much space, but also I know that certain people are criminalized more. So what's the likelihood? It is they're criminal, but they're still a person. But 3 times, I mean, at the third time, I get it. I understand it. I don't understand the second time, but if it's working, then we need to implement the best strategies. Even if I have trepidation, but it works, then the only thing that I could do is be an advocate, like, don't do shit to have to go to jail.
That's what Mr. Fantastic was saying.
And I think that it's a way, like, Tiff is removed from it. So it's just a way to look at it. Whereas when you grow up around it and you know people who do crime. And it ain't shit we could tell them. And they gonna go to jail and they gonna come back home and they gonna do the same shit. And you want to tell yourself, like, the police are just being harsh. I get a phone call, they be like, I'm like, why everybody in jail? Or the police was tripping, man. Did a little spring by the. Y'all are criminals. How are the police tripping?
Right.
Y'all have been going to jail from selling drugs in front of the same store all my life. When you get arrested, the police are tripping on y'all. What? What? Every criminal I know, they gonna do crime. They don't care about your speeches. They don't care about jail time. They gonna go to jail and come home and do the same old shit. Everywhere in America, bro. We got a song. It's called the same old shit. They gonna do it. Yeah. We think that by making it easier for criminals to come out, that we're protecting good people. Because we want to spare that one good person that might go to jail for the wrong thing and can't afford to get out. But that's really not happening like that.
Yeah, there are a lot of casualties that happen, of war in these circumstances, man. I want to show this next video. I just want to see if we can get a quick update regarding the Missouri situation. Fo, what's goody?
Yo, what's up? What's up? Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, what's poppin'? You got a quick update?
Oh yeah, man. A lot of people, man, lost a lot, man, right here, man. I want to see if I can turn my phone around. Hold on.
Just turn it physically. Oh, there you go.
Oh, hold on. Well, don't go. Damn, why is it not working?
Yeah, we can see it.
Well, this is the street. As you can see, the damage, man. This is literally 4 minutes around my house. I ain't gonna get no closer because I don't want them. Well, I guess we was out here last night, but the same police ain't out here. But one of these houses actually was my cousin's house. Just came home about 4 years ago. Did 12 years. Came home, got a family, 2 little girls, all that. And luckily, the little girls was actually at the Walmart right around the corner getting the rest of their school shift for the day. They were actually supposed to start school today, but lost.
Did they say anything? Did they say anything about what happened?
Still not giving an actual update. These are the houses that was impacted by it. You see the windows blowed out and everything like that. So, man, a lot of this shit, man.
There's no houses
sad,
across
man.
the street.
I'm gonna walk you over there too. It's actually it's condominiums actually around here beyond these bushes. The sonic boom was so great that like I felt that at my house, and I'm nowhere near here, but I'm close enough. But it felt like somebody, like a car ran into your into your house, like literally. Like it shook the whole house, yo. I thought, I don't know, we was getting bombed or goddamn me. It was, I don't know what the fuck happened. I couldn't even describe that shit, bro. But just to be on some first response shit, I got here before ambulance and half the fire department, yo. Cause I was just like, man, what's going on? I walked outside. A couple people called me talking about the gas station blew up. I said, that's impossible because we all be dead. The gas station blew up. That shit right up the street. So I'm like, man, it's something else. So I started walking. I just look for smoke and shit. Looking for smoke. I'll get to walking closer to the gas station. I look up in the sky. I see the smoke and shit. So I was like, oh, let me follow this. See what's going on. This shit in the backyard. It's like right here. And then I got to think about my cousin. I'm like, my cousin stay around there. As I'm getting close to the smoke, when I get closer and closer, I'm like, wow, bro. I got actual footage from when I actually got here when stuff was on fire. The cars were still blowing up. All that shit. Crazy shit.
Is it a decent neighborhood?
It's a very decent neighborhood. That's the messed up part. But you know how that shit go. Ain't no tell this was like somebody was doing some illegal shit in this motherfucker. Or it was like naturally negligence on the gas people have. Like you never know.
So, but they haven't said anything yet though, specifically about what happened.
You know they're gonna try to cover up that gas shit because they don't want to get their ass whooped. You know they're gonna be sued at the gas because this is also if y'all do your research, this is also almost the sixth gas leak. I won't say this is gas leak, but it's been like 5 previous gas leak accidents in St. Louis County, in St. Louis alone, since like January.
You can't get no closer. You can't get no closer, huh?
I probably can. Ain't no police out here. The police don't want to be hating out here. I got y'all, man. I'm live on scene, man. It's my city, nigga. Yeah, call me when they go down. I got you.
And the whole house just leveled.
Well, that back piece, yeah, bro, blew up, nigga, like a.
Now we was just speculating. You think anybody was cooking over there, or you think it's too much damage just for that?
Bro, that's the first thing came to my mind. You know what I'm thinking. That's the first thing I'm thinking. Cook up house, goddamn. I mean, straight niggas trapped and left something on or something like that. But it could have been anything. Cause you also are putting into your brain that also water pumps blow up too, and it just gotta be no gas. Water pumps can blow up and do the same damage.
Yeah.
You dig what I'm saying? So just knowing that. So also over here, it's a condominiums, man. This shit blew off. I'm gonna go over here too, but yeah, this is the damage.
So cars got damaged and everything.
Yeah, these 2 cars was popping and blowing up yesterday. I got film too. I can send it to you, but yeah. Crazy, man.
Literally blew it up like.
No, blew it, bro. And this shit got heard by 5 counties, nigga. Those people that's 10 minutes, 15 minutes away from here talking about they heard that shit.
Mailbox still up.
Unfortunately, yeah, they still gonna send that bill.
They still gonna send the bill. It's crazy. Damn,
hey,
it's to smithereens, bro. If I never seen smithereens, this is blown to smithereens.
I got YouTube. It's like I got like 50,000 subscribers, and I'm on here live. They just want to know, like, y'all think it's a gas problem?
We don't know what it is.
You mind to say it? You want to tell it? You don't want? Okay. She's like, she said she don't know. I'm out here wanting to.
In public, So what they got her doing out there though? What is he doing?
Well, they just out here working, trying to put it together too, I guess.
Yeah, they're wasting money, man. Y'all start wasting money out there.
I'm about to show you the other part, man. It's so messed up, man. Everything around here got affected, man. I'm gonna show you.
Nobody gonna never be knowing nothing though. That's the annoying.
That would be killing me. Like, don't nobody know shit. Man. No, you know everything. I just want to say that y'all don't get sued out y'all ass, man. I know. All y'all get affected, y'all get y'all ass pay cut. I understand. I get it.
She just got dispatched out there. She's just out there.
Yeah. Hey, the community was out here heavy yesterday. That's one thing I can say about it. The black community was out here heavy, man. People went to the store, got waters, all type of shit. What's up, bro? How you doing? I'm good, brother. Look, whole balconies. These the condos right behind here. Like, you see where that's at?
Yeah, the balcony.
And these are condos. This shit knocked the windows out the condos, man. Out of everything.
Yeah.
You see up there the damage to that shit.
Yeah.
Like, these people got affected. One nowhere near this shit. Like, people at work and shit got to come home to they fucking garage doors impaired.
Nobody died, right, Bo?
Not to my knowledge so far, no.
Okay.
This OG man, he lost his dog, man. It was sad. They had to pull. When I first got over here, they was pulling him from the rubbish, like out the fire type shit. Telling me and the only thing he was worried about, he's like, man, I lost my wife last year. Everything I got in memories is in there. My dog in there. Please get my dog at least. Get my dog. They ain't get that dog, man. I think that's the only casualty we got so far that I heard of.
Okay, the dog died.
Yeah, as far as that, yeah, that's all I know. As far as like casualty wise.
Damn, man.
That's still family. I count dogs, man. That's still family.
Yeah,
That shit a lot.
I like my dog.
As you can see, like look at this garage door. It's like
Mm-hmm.
it's impaled from the inside, like it got sucked in. You hear me?
Yeah.
Look. How a regular Monday turned into a war zone, bro. This shit you can't expect, man. That's why I say y'all do y'all inspections on your house. Make sure ain't no mold or none of that shit. Check for gas, all that shit. All this shit count, man. You gotta do that.
Yeah, man.
Especially if y'all got kids or anything like that, man. Please, man. Do y'all daily checks, man.
I hope that let me know if you can eat.
Around the corner, yes, sir.
Did your house get hurt?
No, sir.
Are you okay?
Oh, yes, sir.
All right, right on.
I appreciate it, boss. Hey, you have a blessed day, man. Yeah. See, look, hey, shit, white people stopping checking on you, man. You all right? You good? Shit. What's up, brother? Yeah, this is actually this part of this area is actually the senior citizen area where these all senior citizen housing, and it was like 20 of them sitting right out here with lawn chairs. You know what I'm saying? Getting respiration. What you call that little oxygen tanks and shit? You know. So yeah, a lot of this shit, man. All this shit destroyed. They can't go back to their houses. They were just sitting there chilling. So.
Yeah, man. But God bless, man. All praise to the Most High that nobody got hurt, man. For we appreciate the update. If you hear anything about anybody passing away or succumbing to injuries, definitely let us know. Keep them people in our prayers, man. Hopefully, everybody got their housing insurance and stuff like that. And, a lot of us insure our house at 70% just because that's the most affordable. So you'll get something, but it's gonna be very hard to impossible to replace all that they lost. So, hopefully if they got
sentimental value shit, dog, like you can't get that shit, man. Like OG said with his wife, man, he got pictures and just shit he can't get back, man. And just the look on his face, man, I couldn't imagine, man. I wanted to say something to the OG, man, but I was like, this ain't the right time, bro. Like, but I'm just like my cousin, man. We put him in the hotel last night. It took me and three of my cousins to go to the fucking parking lot at his job to get him off the lot, bro. That nigga locked himself in the car and was just holding on to the steering wheel, staring straight, bro. I'm just like, man,
yeah, man.
Couldn't imagine that shit, bro.
It's hard to replace shit, bro. It's hard to replace shit. It's hard to replace things. It's hard to go through these traumatic experiences. Losing a job, your house blowing up. I mean, kids going to college. There'd be so much stress on people that we don't even recognize or realize. Where the next dollar coming from, right?
Yeah.
People be stressed, man. So like Sherelle said, be kind when you can. We'll keep them in our prayers. And we're going to keep on pushing as they should do too, man. For sure. Salute.
And we gonna, like I said, I'm gonna keep this shit updated, man. I'm gonna keep relief funds, donation funds, anything like that. And if I got to, I'll plaster it in here. If anybody want to help or donate or whatever. So that should be coming in the next couple of days to see what else is going on. So, I mean, if y'all want to donate or anything, or do your own research, And shout out to Dr. G too. We had corresponded this morning, so I found out she had some people over here too. So salute to Dr. G too, man. She doing her part on her end, even though she's not in town. She still do her part. So just checking up and seeing what's going on. So you know what I mean.
All right.
All right,
Ken, be safe. Mike Brown with the $5 says, "Where are the conservatives that don't like big government? Okay with the state deciding abortion, but not with anything else." Conversation with MJ was popping with the $10. Says, "This plan is not going to work if the harsher punishment is not implemented with the community. Ostracization, no handouts, no support will help this plan actually being effective." Wow. Everybody got to be in on it. Right? Because if people come home to her point and they are enabled, what happens? Right? Now, here's what's interesting about attacking the actual problem is the enforcement level of Band-Aid or what, right? And this interests me regarding poverty and crime being mutually exclusive, right? Isn't that usually an argument? Is that valid?
I think it can be, yes.
Root causes of crime are poverty, or else inequality, or structural racism. And the reason people believe this is pretty straightforward. If you look who commits crime, right? Overwhelmingly, people that commit crime come from poor communities. Therefore, a simple correlational logic would suggest that poverty is causing crime. And what's more, when you look at someone who robs a liquor store, it's never wealthy people robbing a liquor store. It's someone that could stand to gain, someone for whom, $500 in a cash register could really mean a lot, right? Not someone who works on Wall Street. Yet, you argue in your book, and I agree with you, that poverty is not the root cause of crime, nor is inequality. So can you explain how you arrive at that counterintuitive conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, well, it seemed counterintuitive at the surface, but I think that once you kind of dig in, it becomes clear why those explanations are insufficient. I mean, for one thing, the vast majority of poor people are law-abiding, right? I think it's when people kind of oversimplify this and make the simplistic claim that crime is almost entirely a function of poverty, even violent crime. I think it's to make that argument is to malign members of communities who are, struggling financially, because the vast majority of them are good. And so I think that's a starting point, right? Like the vast majority of poor people are not criminals. So yes, a lot of criminals are poor. But what we don't know is like which way the causation runs, right? Like it's entirely possible, and I think indeed true, that the sort of characteristics, the sort of antisocial disposition that leads one down a life of crime are also associated with a lack of success, a lack of economic success, that would also be correlated with poverty. And I think that starts to become clear when you try to find a relationship between some of these socioeconomic indicators and violence, and it becomes really hard. So New York City, for example, if you just look at the year before we peaked in homicides, in 1990, we had 2,262 homicides. So look at 1989. The poverty rate that year in New York City was actually slightly lower than it was in 2016. The reason I picked 2016 is because that's the year before we hit our valley number of homicides of 292. So we go from 1990 to 2017. Poverty basically doesn't move, but moves a little bit in the wrong direction, which is to say it goes up slightly, and yet we have this massive decline in homicides.
And by massive, you're talking about like 90% decline, something like that.
I mean, huge. And it's not just homicides, of course, like lots of other crimes, robbery, aggravated assault, rape, all declined. What that tells me is that to whatever degree poverty might be associated with crime, it is not anywhere close to being an immediate cause of violence. Another thing is that, it's not at all clear that people are better off financially when they engage in violent crime, which is, kind of the focus of the book. It's, when you often watch videos of robberies. There was one that went viral that took place in Lincoln Park, which is a really nice neighborhood in Chicago. There was a guy who was getting robbed, and they asked him for his cell phone, and they want to unlock the iPhone, so they're making him give the code. He doesn't want to give the code. They beat him up. Eventually, he gives the code, and then they shoot him afterward before they take off. They didn't have to shoot him. They got his property. He gave the code. They had already beat him up. There was nothing financially to be gained, and you start to see a lot of that. And the more you dig into it, the more you kind of understand that there's something else.
Was it that they didn't want to? Was it that they didn't want to leave a witness in this case, or
no? He's. I believe he survived.
I see.
I think it had more to do with just the fact that it was kind of a perceived slight. Like, hey, you gave us a hard time. Hold that. This is for not cooperating. This is for the sign of disrespect. And when I talk to police officers and.
See, this part seemingly makes sense, right? Even though he said counterintuitive thought, he's saying people are criminal because they're criminal, not because they need food or money or shelter. Disrespect will get your head knocked off. More likely than me being so hungry I gotta rob a liquor store or a bank. Or the 7-Eleven. And then overwhelmingly, the majority of people are law-abiding citizens, poor people included. So how can the remedy be put programs in place that help these people get on high if most people are law-abiding?
If overwhelmingly people are law-abiding and overwhelmingly poor people are following the law, then the criminal is a criminal. We have to file the case because at this point, like just hearing why did you shoot the dude after you got the iPhone? Like it's just some of the stuff that we hear, and I'm just gonna say I have two cousins that are sitting and waiting. One little one was part of I guess you say gang affiliated and was with another three and they went and shot somebody's house up. There was a little girl in that house. That nigga he need to sit and he need to get time. I have another cousin that she's cut somebody in the face. They're both in Lincoln, Nebraska, or Omaha. And they are a part of a life and it's a choice. Like you went to private school. So yeah, if I have to just process it out, you know.
I don't know, man. That hey, he made it's compelling, right? And I'm not saying that this was y'all argument. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, I'm just listening to it. You know, I'm seeing habeas corpus was removed from the congressional website. There's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of stuff happening. Criminals are being attacked.
You know what? Did you say criminals are being attacked?
Right, essentially. Right, that's the thing, right? So they over police because the over policing thing was mentioned.
Right.
You know,
and even that, just hearing Sherelle, like you don't live in this environment, and then receiving that, and then thinking about them, who do I know that like they're, and it's like, yeah, no, these niggas, they're terrorists. That like the worst of the worst, and they are self-inflicted.
And then it's not a real thing, right? My cousin just called me sometime. When he come home, he gonna leave Louisiana. Because if he get another strike here, he's gonna go to jail for life.
Right.
But if he gets another strike in another state, so it's over. Go to another state. It'll start over. They're going. He doesn't want to stay because he wants to keep doing crime, but he doesn't want to go to jail for life. So he's going to jump state, not for a better life, for a cleaner slate where he can do crime. Criminals are criminals. They have to have their own incentive to change.
Yeah. Because even when Fo was talking, I heard what he said, and I was like, this is why I don't like to write people off, because he said his cousin just got home from doing 12 years, got married, had kids. So there are people that they get out, they do the right thing. So
and that's true, but they need their time. A lot of ones, my cousins that I seen do better, they have to sit the fuck down for a while. That whole coming out of jail just after you did shit, cash bail, they can't convict you in 25 days because you didn't dump the murder weapon. Them niggas come back and just do treacherous things. You gotta sit down for a long time and think about how to stop doing dumb shit.
Right.
They need that time to think.
Makes sense.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? And that's what he said in the first video. The more time, the less likely they are to come out and commit similar crimes or the same crime, right? And so Fo said his cousin sat down for 12 years. He came home, he made the most of it. That's kind of what he was alleging, because we're always looking at punitive measures. But I think if the punishment is a slap on the wrist, right, people act as such, right? That's what he was alleging. AL with the $5 says the types of crimes are different. A poor criminal robs you directly. The wealthy criminal robs you covertly and on larger scales. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That
helps the channel the most.
When I'm traveling.
You see all this shit going on, everything that's happening, right? We always talk about the end times, end of days. We call this place Sodom and Gomorrah and New Babylon all the time. You know, But then we give like recommendations, or we break down these conversations in a way in which it's overwhelmingly not beneficial and doesn't acknowledge the last days. So we saying this shit is shit and piss, right? It's a whole lot going on. Martial law, right? Totalitarianism, etc., right? And we have conversations, and it's like we still saying be separate, stay separate, right? These things matter that really shouldn't matter, right? We vetting people based on shit that's foolish. And then I looked at Isaiah 4:7. Do you guys know this book chapter verse?
4
And
and
it
7.
interests, huh?
4 and 7.
4:1.
4 and 1. Yeah.
So this right here, right? If we're being realistic about where we are, especially our people. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and we will wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by thy name and take away our reproach. What's you guys' thoughts on this? And I've been telling this, I told this to Sherelle kind of like directly but indirectly. Eventually, right, if men keep on finding their women, auntie take a back seat. Auntie's protections start to go less and less. Being attached to your own husband, you're able to leverage that banner of protection.
You want to go first, Tiff? The mic is no longer.
And again, I'm looking at this from a lens, Tiff, of all the shit that we worried about.
Mm-hmm.
The orange man is doing what he doing.
Mm-hmm.
They just tried to authorize the troops in Chicago.
Right. They have 80 there. Who wants to get more? You know, I'm always gonna be for people being together. I don't think this life was designed for people to do it alone. I think if you have to, like there's no other option. But I believe in partnerships. I believe in marriage. Let me just say traditional marriage. But I don't recommend people doing it alone. I was a single woman.
Why do you give credence to have to? What does have to even mean? So in that verse in particular, right? And we are using the verse and we're having a conversation around it, right? That it was more than one woman with that man.
And that's why I pause, because the 7-to-1, everybody ain't gonna be built for that.
What is it being built for, right? Because essentially they're saying, hey, listen, the attachments to you protects me, right? Mm-hmm. Like, you see, the thing is, right, they have stuff. Those women have stuff. But they're attached to that man under a banner, right? And now you have a community of people, right, that are doing, right, pursuant to Proverbs 31, right, under a particular banner. Wouldn't that be an expeditious way to create wealth within a family?
If she's unmarried, wouldn't she be under her father's banner?
Where you live at?
I'm asking you.
Where?
Like
that's unrealistic, because we always tout left and right that we don't got dads.
I'm asking. I'm just asking for a point of clarification.
She's not. I mean, I guess the point is she's not, right? They're not under their father's banner.
7-to-1.
Let me get in. Okay,
so protection. Is this just for protection then? Like, she's help make it make sense for me, Sherelle. Because
okay, so of course I feel like when I see Isaiah 44:1, it's desperate times call for this. It's not nothing that an option that a woman would want to share a man with 7 women, but the times will come because majority of the men are going to be dead. Because Isaiah 3 talks, in that verse talks about the curses, right? And it's us, right? So that verse specifically is saying, like, marry us and take away our shame. So the book before that is talking about how we walking around and our shit don't stink, all into materialism, doing whatever we want to do, just living like all types of wrong. That's what women are doing. And before that. So when whoever are left over after the destruction is brought down, because we're talking about judgment coming, there won't be a lot of men, right? A lot of men will go to war, they're gonna die in war, they're gonna be casualties of it. So when he gets to 4 and 1, he's just letting you know this is how bad it's gonna be. You're gonna be this desperate that you'll have all those things that you think makes you better than other people, and you'll be trying to hold on. It'll be a bunch of you trying to hold on to one man to try to clear that shame that you've been bringing to yourself and to your people for falling into worldly practice. So that's what I get from it. That's the time to call for desperation.
Aren't we there? We literally got martial law. And here's what actually happens, right? And you see this, even though people may be being facetious, like when they see a woman that's married, right, or she gets married, whatever the case is, you've heard men say, "All right, I ain't gonna talk about her like that because that's somebody's wife. I'm not gonna say this, that, and the third. I'm not gonna comment as harshly because that's somebody's wife." I'm talking about in real time.
Oh, you're like outside?
Yeah, inside too. What time is it?
They ain't desperate enough.
Why?
They going to brunch. They paying $12 on the hairstyle. They're making money. They think it's okay. They think it's good. They ain't desperate enough. They ain't got there yet.
I'm asking.
Yeah.
It's desperate times. We literally talk about the fact that it ain't enough men. Where are we at?
Desperate times.
That's what I'm thinking. This ain't about pushing polygyny and all. Desperate times. You need units to be successful, right? And the units gotta be comprised of men and women, or man and women. The units can't just be a bunch of niggas and a bunch of women. That's not how it's set up. So I'm asking, where we at with it?
Desperate times. But they ain't there. People gonna choose death.
They're gonna choose death?
Majority will. Majority will. Who's death?
Why? What type of pride is that?
The pride that comes before the fall.
Hey, Berlin, put the peace sign up.
The pride that comes before the fall. And with the fall.
What you think, Tiff? Before I get the brothers in.
I'm processing. It's so much. And
you never knew that was in the Bible?
Girl, all I seen was 7-1, and then bed. I'm just like, what manner is this? But then when you say desperate times, it's like, this is.
Yeah, I mean, the verse that is leaving off is like talking about a war and a lot of men of Israel being like off, so they're not gonna have a lot of them left to go around.
But we're not at that point, right?
Yeah, because we are.
Why not? Unless you can tell us. What up, Berlin? What up, Saint? What up, Tommy? Unless you can tell us how we not there.
Shalom, brother.
Shalom. Our community is fucked up. You heard? Right?
You speaking to me?
Yeah, well, I got, before I open it up to Tyranny and the brothers, I want to make sure, because you and Sherelle was up here, right?
Yeah.
Sherelle kind of even broke it down for you, made sure to understand that this is penalty, right? Walking around haughty, mincing and mingling and all this other shit, right? There's a lot of stuff that happens, and now we here. So I'm asking, where are we, right? Desperate times call for desperate measures. We heard that, right? And those women, right? And this is what make it so like the exegesis of this. These women got shit.
That's
Just like the women running around here. I got this. I got like literally. They saying that, and still, I need that banner. So I'm looking at it and saying, well, if this ain't as real as it gets.
If 30% of Black men are only married, though, like I think we need to have more Black people, yes, in marriages. But the 7-to-1 thing, nah, we're not at that point. There's too many people that are not married yet. Now, if all the eligible marriage age men were married, I could get that. But now we don't need to see more people get married first.
So don't be so much focused on. So the number is important, right? Because that's the end time prophecy, right? The point is that these women are open to this type of marriage.
I think that that's to be discussed about women that are open to that type. Because when you look,
No. We asking you, right?
No, I'm not doing 7-to-1. No,
Would you do 2-to-1?
no.
Would you do 3-to-1?
1-to-1. The other is no.
And so see, here's the thing about the ideology, right? We are willing to leave people out to dry, right? So for me, I'm choosing monogamy, right?
Right.
Because Timothy 3 for me is my banner, right?
Can you ask
Because
me?
I know what my role is amongst men, right? Because that's the key, for real, right? But I'm not putting what my charge is on everybody else in righteousness, though. Now, if they just trying to, that's one thing.
And what did I say?
Trying to take like Omar, right? And he's Muslim, right? But they can have 4 wives,
okay.
But he takes care of them, does right by those women, right? They all have their own, right? And etc., which is similar to what the Bible says, right? But I'm just trying to get people to see it, right? And the verses kind of still man it, but I'm trying to say, yo, shit crazy out here. You being out here by yourself is not good.
And I hear you. And that my point was, for me, it's a no for me.
Why?
Because I am in a monogamous marriage.
No. I'm saying, if you was outside, would you consider it?
I'm not outside.
If you was outside, would you consider it?
I'm not outside, and I haven't been.
Girl, just say yes or no, girl.
I'm not, because I get to say like, no, I've not been outside since 2007. I get to say no, I don't know. The dating scene that these people are in and the dating scene that I was in, I don't relate to that. So I'm not gonna say what I was.
What's the dating scene
outside?
What's the dating scene?
The way they doing shit.
We had the when we was young, and that we had to marry the girl that we just saw twerking on another nigga. That's the dating scene you was in. At least they not watching their girl twerk on another nigga.
Okay.
Huh? I was outside.
Okay.
I'm just saying, Tiff. They was. I'm just saying.
But I'm outside. I'd rather die.
Nope. And so hold
like,
your, all right, hold that,
with that too.
So Tiff don't got. I'm just wondering what make us so special.
What make who so special?
Any of us to say that there's constructs that work and benefit the majority, right? But we're unwilling to even give it a consideration.
Because
when it's biblical.
Because we're the ones because we're the ones in a desperate situation. we're the ones sacrificing, which is.
So why are you making decisions if you are in the desperate situation, right? Apparently you got there by what? Right? By making decisions yourself and making wrong decisions. So now you're in desperation. You're saying that you shouldn't be taking advice from elsewhere? That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, so go from my situation. I do believe that if I'm in a worse situation, there can be worse situations. So if I'm in a worse situation, then signing up to be somebody's second wife is a worse situation than I'm already in. And in a better situation for me. Right? And then I think a lot of times the men who want to tote this whole thing are the niggas that's gonna be dead anyway. You're not even the man of God that's gonna be spared. It's niggas like y'all that's gonna be disappeared in the first place.
That's a deflection, right? So we're saying that, right? It's incoherent to say I'm bad.
Is he breaking up? It's him.
Yeah, it's him. It's him.
It's me. Am I back?
You froze. We can hear you, but we can't see you. You frozen. You good now, though. You good now. Good now.
Yeah, they going in and out. What I'm saying, Sherelle, is it's incoherent because if you're in a bad situation, you're saying by proxy of him having more than one wife, that's a worse situation for me, right?
Yeah.
But the person who's already in desperate times, they can't see clearly anyway, and they're just going off of what they think they know, but they've already gotten themselves in dire straits. That person needs to be quiet and probably listen and adhere to other guidelines because they can't lead themselves properly. Not saying you, but you see what I mean? Just about because you already.
No, because I definitely see that. I think a lot of the results of what Black women are going through today is desperation. What is that not? They're already a 6'7" baby mama. Because you ain't legally marrying 7 women in this country anyway. There's already 6'7" women sharing the same man, sharing the same resources. They're already in these desperate situations, and they're ending up with negative results behind the desperate situations, and then running and trying to run into a man.
All right, let me read these.
You single and childless. Go let a nigga get you pregnant who got to take care of 6 other women, and that's gonna make your single and childlessness life better? Hell no, it's not.
Well, see that? Okay. Well, let me read these real quick. Harrison with the $5 says, Berlin, you up next, good brother. Salute. Can we set up an account for Rel to get a mic? Unc with the $10 says, as a married man that's social, I can say I've been offered by several women aged 25 to 35 to get under my leadership. I've been told it's better to be a certain man's number 2 or 3 than the loser's one and only. To Roos with the $10 says, how is marriage going to save us from martial law? That's actually a good question. I think it's a real question. I hope it's not an assumptive question. But if truths come up, we'll see. I want to get the brothers in before we get to that. Aaron with the $2 says, the wheat from the tares is a great follow-up. Broken Berlin was popping. You got the floor.
That is a serious sound effect. All right. I like where you're trying to go, and I think the conversation. No, that's all. It's your show. You can break all the glass you want. You know. I think we can maybe. Well, if we look at it like this, let's say the power grid shuts down in America, like completely just shuts down. There's no police, there's no nothing, and there's a subsection of men who have property, who have electricity, who have resources that can help women take care of their kids, and they can all come to those men and be taken care of. If there was no government to take care of women, if the lights, all that shit just went down, and there's like a 10% of men who actually have property, it is safe while the whole world's going crazy. You go to this man, you got protection, it's safe, and all he's saying is for me to take care of you and your kids, you got to get under my leadership. I want to have more than one wife. I'm going to be with multiples. If you put it in that scenario, I think the women might understand a little bit what you're trying to get at. Because again, if the whole thing is protection and providing, then there's a subsection of men who can actually provide that. Most men in the history of time weren't getting married because the marriage was for people who were nobles and a little bit lower. People who were like poor class, they weren't getting married like that. The people who were actually married were the ones who were nobles. So if you put that into society, there's no protection, there's no police, there's nothing. The grid dropped. I think that a lot of women would actually sign up for this. They would be number 3s, number 4s, number 5s, because all they want is protection and providing. I think if we look at it that way, then maybe the ladies can understand. And for the women, if the women have property, If the women have a safe resource, then they can have multiple men. It would be the exact same way because people would play their position to be safe, to be taken care of. And that's just the reality of it. If there was no protection, if America just got fucking crazy, men, if they met women who she got a house, she got property, and she got Wi-Fi, and you're gonna take care of me and my kids that I have, and I'm a man, I think a lot of men would also play their position to be safe.
Broken Berlin. Here's what would happen if it got to that level. Then women would be void of all their resources because men would take them from them.
No, the men who came in to protect, they would protect what she has because they would fall in. Okay.
If it was that doom, like you saying, dystopian, they're gonna take that stuff from them. She's gonna be in subjugation. Either she's gonna have to get down or lay down, right? Because we're talking about where it's no holds barred out here. You see,
I was trying to bring in polygamy and polygamy at the same time for both sides, but you are right. It would be a shit show unless she got a whole bunch of brothers and cousins who strapped or something like that. You know what I mean?
It has to be polygyny, Berlin, but I catch your drift because that's more like polyamory. But I see what you were.
I knew it was two P's. I ain't
it's a bunch of
school. I knew it was something. You know?
Can I get it? That I'm gonna be quiet for the rest of the segment.
Yeah.
Well.
And then we got Saint. Did Saint or Tommy B come up first?
Tommy
I think Tierney came up first.
Tierney, anybody, you just.
But I was saying this. It's like this because I've been in an SOS situation. You're gonna depend on.
Hey, Shalom. Hey, real quick. If I could.
Wait, the audio is all jacked up. Hold up. Wait,
I think we got a little bit of delay.
Cheryl, before you start cooking, let's get the audio right because you know you.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah. So what we do, we go Sherelle, then we go to Saint, then we go to Tommy. Right?
All right. So it's to say that, like, I understand it now. If some type of world disaster happens, we're going to be in the streets looking for random men to marry us. That's not going to happen.
That's not what I said at all.
I literally went through Hurricane Katrina. I've seen distress. I've seen disorderliness. And I wasn't running to a random man. It's my dad, my brother.
That's not what I said at all. I set the position that.
Let me finish, and I'm gonna let you rock.
Well, that's not what I said. Okay, all right.
I'm explaining to the whole point. You're not the only person here. There's like hundreds of people here. Okay. So what I'm saying is, Mr. Fantastic Hemp, if the world goes to calamity, your sisters, you're not gonna let your sisters run in the street and try to figure out if a random man or get them to suck dick for some protection. You're gonna take care of your sisters. You're gonna take care of your mother. You're gonna take care of the women that you love. That's what men do. Men will be more willing to take care of the women that they love than just random women that just signing up like, hey, I don't have anybody. There'll be women like that are left over who have absolutely nobody. And that's the women that'll be signing up to just be connected to any man. But the women who already have connection and protection from men, we're not going to be in the streets just desperate like that. I've literally been in an SOS situation. I've literally been in it. That's not how it works. It's just really not. Just from my personal experience, I have slept on a bridge for 5 days.
How long did Katrina last?
I wasn't worried about that.
How long did Katrina last?
It lasted for like 2 weeks.
Okay, let's say it goes for 2 months.
Longer.
Let's say it's 4 months. I think things would change after then. And again, even during Katrina, it was 2 weeks, but there was hope you knew it was gonna get better. What if there was no hope? What if it?
No, there was no hope. You thought it was
for 2 weeks.
You was from the outside, but when you're sitting inside.
No, my grandmother died in Katrina. I wasn't from the outside. I was in Oklahoma when it happened. Okay, so I know about what happened in Katrina. We had to have a bunch of people come into Oklahoma, and we had to take care of them. So I know what happened in Katrina.
Can I finish? Like I said, you were somewhere on the outside hoping it gets better. That's where your psyche is. You think that you understand. If you're not sitting there watching your friends die, you're not sitting there watching your family die. You're not sitting there waking up every day and realizing you live in one of the richest countries in the fucking world, yet people are still here, sitting here, dying in fucking despair. You're not there. You're watching this shit on the news. It's not the same effect. It's just not.
It was 2 weeks, Cheryl.
It's literally not.
Okay? You said it was 2 weeks. You just said it was 2 weeks.
Let him rebuttal. You gotta let him rebuttal.
Crazy.
All right, let him rebuttal so we can get his understanding. Go ahead, bro.
You said it was 2 weeks, correct?
It's not a rebuttal to what you're saying.
Wait, no. All problems are solved through the process of questions and answers. You said it was 2 weeks, correct? So now she's not talking. Okay, so then the conversation's over. I guess you can move on because you're not even responding.
No, first of all, now you talked over her. Now you're talking over me. And
I talked over her. Okay.
Trivializing what she's experienced. And
Wait.
No.
This is the part where it's a conversation, right, about something that happened, right? So the turmoil of Katrina, Berlin is saying it lasted 2 weeks. Sherelle, as boots on the ground, what was the actual time frame as people trying to put their lives back together in your estimation? Just give me the time frame.
Years. 3, 4, 5 years. Took people.
Okay, so now let me wait. I don't need no filibustering now, right? Because now we've got a discrepancy of who talking over who, right? So now, broke in Berlin.
Yes.
You're saying 2 weeks. What makes you say 2 weeks?
She said 2 weeks. I was responding to what the answer she gave. I asked her how long did Katrina last, and she said 2 weeks. Did she not say that?
Oh, okay. I missed that. Relly, what did you mean by 2 weeks? There we go. Now we back online, so now we can understand because he didn't even put that out there. What made you say 2 weeks?
It was like a full 2 weeks before we got real support for people to come into the city to start being able to evacuate people out of the city.
Okay.
For a long time, there was nobody coming down.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I understand why you were saying it. She's saying by the time people really start coming to help, it was 2 weeks later after the hurricane. Okay.
I agree with that. I was saying in this premise, what if it was 4 months? What if I said 2 weeks, you still had some hope. You still saw some light because you knew within 2 weeks we were going to.
No, we didn't, nigga. That's the reason why I'm up there.
Why are you calling me the N-word? Whoa. First off, hey, hi, how you doing, sir? Wait.
Let him, and Granville.
Oh, wow, here we go with the name calling. Let's do it. All right.
Let him finish so you can properly respond.
I think the problem here is...
Hold on, but we turn everything. He just said his grandma died there. They brought several people in, right? He's not disparaging anything, right? He's having a conversation because of an example that was introduced, right? So if Sherelle introduces the example, we now can't hog tie people into how they converse about the example that was put into play, right? If something is so personal, I'm not going to put it into the conversation. But if I allow it in, now we have to converse about it. And he hasn't said nothing disrespectful yet, right? Now you can expound. Granny, you could expound on hope because I agree with that, right? I agree with the fact that when the bullets is flying, you think there's no way out. You can't see past that shit when the lights is off and all that. You don't think it's ever gonna get better, right? So I understand that premise. Broke Berlin. That's what's kind of being said. But finish your point.
My overall point was, yes, Katrina was bad. It was 2 weeks, and then she said there was support that was coming. My premise was, what if there was no support coming at zero? Then I think that women would, again, change their positions and start aligning with the top men who had property and had resources of protection. That was my only point. She made the point of saying, well, I went through Katrina and okay, yes, Katrina was bad, but after 2 weeks, you saw some hope. Infrastructure was coming back. So, okay, people were returning home. If that was not the case, if the whole country said, if the police said, we're done, if the firefighters said, we're done, if first aid, we're done. If there was none of that, then the men who had resources and protection and power, those women with kids, they love their kids. They would come to those men and say, I'll do whatever I got to do to be protected. And if you want to have 7 of us, I'll play my position. That's my overall point.
No, and no infrastructure was being built after 2 weeks. I'm talking about 2 weeks before people started to be rescued. New Orleans took years to come back for its infrastructure. There's still places that's affected by it that hasn't been redone. So my whole point is, it was nothing like that. No man wasn't looking for wives. Noble men were standing up, doing what they had to do to protect the women and children, regardless of the order. It didn't matter. Nobody had shit. It's all gone. Who cares what you have? It's underwater. Who cares how much money you have? It's underwater. There's no way out. And you're trying to cross the bridge to get out, and people are shooting you from trying to go towards that way. There is
You're
no
missing
way
the
out.
point completely, and that's fine. You're missing the point completely, and that's fine. Maybe you're purposely missing it, but
yeah, we're
it
so
seems like you are.
we're so exact on the example. Now it halts the conversation, right? Do we understand what he's representing? Removing what he's saying away from Katrina, right? He's saying if shit hit the fan and you don't see help coming, what are people more likely to do in that situation? Berlin even gave credence to if women had the resources, right? But that's still being glossed over. And we kind of like they bugging because they would come take it from them. He's saying the people who are on high, people are going to gravitate, right? And that's what he's putting out there, right? Is there a coherent response to that outside of the example of Katrina, right?
Yeah, I disagree.
Even in terms of ideology or hypothetical.
I disagree. The last result would have to be all the men that you are already connected to all being gone before you started looking for help and protection from random men. Now, when you reach that level of desperation, yes, that's what you'll have to do. I agree with that. I disagree with that's where we're at now.
Okay, and so here's the thing, right? The father thing is in turmoil, right? It's in question, for a whole lot of us. So now that when you're saying that they're going to gravitate towards them, they don't exist. So now what are the next step? Brothers, cousins, etc.
Uncles.
And here's what I know: when people have their own families, you be surprised how shit be looking, right? You forgetting that there's a wife there, there's other kids there, right? How many mouths can that person feed, right? And so we saying things aren't desperate, right? Because we can see it, right? Maybe we can't see it. We can't see the forest through the trees. But if this ain't desperate times, I can't identify what they are. I apologize, Tommy. It's your or I think Saint. I don't know if Saint is there though.
Shalom. I hope you got, but please forgive my daughter. I had to find a charger, and when I get on panels, she wants to sit right next to me and listen to me talk on the panel and listen to everybody else react too. So I just wanted to say that. I mean, if we're talking about women, DJ Hemp, that don't believe in the Bible, then you have to understand they come from a different moral compass, and there really wouldn't be an understanding or a sincere understanding of Isaiah 4:1 or anything in the Bible for that matter, right? But if we're talking about all the millions of women that are involved in Christianity, the Roman Catholic Church, women that are Muslims, according to those writings, you're not supposed to wait until the shit hits the fan to accept the fact that it's the nature of the man to have many wives if you're a virtuous woman of the Bible. So like our community has never kept the Bible. My mom, my aunties, other black women, they didn't teach the young women to be virgins and go from their father's house to the man's house. The world has become extremely misandrous in the way that it is towards men. The misandry has become very acceptable in society. And when you look at what a woman of the Bible is, you're supposed to accept the fact that your husband can have more than one wife in respect to the essence of his nature as a man, right? So when you just look at the respect for the man, it's not even close to being there. But if you believe in the Bible and you're a woman and you got a problem with your husband having another wife, then you are a hypocrite according to the Bible. Like in the instance for a brother being a bishop or a deacon, that's a high office with the Most High that requires you to have a wife. It's a very, it's a good work according to the Bible, and I think you should do everything in wisdom, right? So I'm not saying a man should just recklessly take a bunch of women. But when you look at how we operate in nature, that's the natural order of how Homo sapiens is the scientific name for humans, as well as the mankind in the Bible. That's the nature of a man, is to have many wives. That's why it's so important for your wife to be a virgin concerning pair bonding, right? We maneuver more like lions. We're not like hyenas, right? And I'm okay with anybody who disagrees with what I'm saying, but you certainly can't say you believe in the Bible and you have a problem with the patriarchy, the fact that the man is the head, and it's not supposed to take end time times for you to accept that your husband can have another wife, right? I could argue that that's actually misandrous. But concerning the end time prophecy, and I'll land here, when you look at Isaiah 4:1, right, in 2nd Ezra chapter 15 and Second Ezra chapter 15 and verses 14, 15, and 16, it says, "Woe to the world and them that dwell therein, for the sword and their destruction draweth near." So when society breaks down and anarchy takes place, by default, you're going to go back to your natural feminine state as a woman because it's going to cost you your life, or it's going to cost you to be ravished or taken captive by somebody in that day. So when that shit hit the fan day, women are going to get an order or they're going to die in that day because it's going to be chaotic. It ain't going to be no goddamn police to call. It's bigger. It's much more bigger than that, but I'm going to just land there.
Yeah, Saint, mute yourself. So you got a lot of background noise, and I know the baby was right there. But, you know, just make sure next time you speak, because you may get some retort. You just got to be on camera and see if baby girl can, you know, my mom used to put NyQuil in my bottle, but I don't know. You know what I mean? Maybe that's old school shit. So.
whiskey and ours.
yeah.
Grandma didn't play.
Mommy, I never seen blue milk before. She just pat you on the head and shit, you know? Tommy was good. Unless anybody wanted to respond to Saint Tibbs, anybody want to respond to what he said?
Yeah, I think a lot of times we think that the way that men lived in the Bible was just always the way that God said it to be. God didn't get great set of lives at. That was a concept men came up with on their own. But you think that, oh, this is what it means for God, even though Christ says, after all this is done, we're even gonna be husband and wife. A husband and wife shit gonna go out the way. That's a man-made concept, having multiple wives and hundreds of concubines. That's something men wanted to do. Y'all did a lot of things. That wasn't, this is the way God wants it to be. That was the way you wanted it to be. So no, it's not going against God because you don't want to be a seventh wife. Okay, it's going against man and what he wants.
Can I 1 second, young lady? Can I respond to what she said, please?
Sure.
Thank you. I wanted to ask, sister, do you believe in the Bible? Okay, so honestly, sister, I just want, and I say this to my mom, my aunties, and all of them. I think you should just put the Bible down and live your own life, because the God of the Bible requires women to make Adam their desire. When you look all throughout the Bible, the woman's desire is supposed to be to the man. He's the head. The Bible is patriarchal. I think it would be more sincere for women to let the scriptures go and live their life than to act like what I'm saying is not there, because I could go book, chapter, verse with everything I'm saying. So, my community has not kept anything in the Bible.
So when Paul says that he would actually think it would be honorable for you to stay single and devote yourself to God, what is that?
Well, what I'm saying is,
no, I'm asking you.
Devoting yourself to God. I apologize. I had a little bit of delays. Say it one more time.
Women who would stay single and devote themselves to God is a recommendation by Paul, who's supposed to be, you know, respectable in the book, right? Not a lot of those ones that had all those bunches of wives who can't even make it into the kingdom, but that's the ones you're going to tote behind them, right? We're going to go through that and then put a stumbling block in front of women and say, throw the whole Bible away and live life the way you want to live life if you don't want to be a seventh wife. But you believe in the Bible, but that's not you're telling a woman, go sin. Not that it's a sin to stay single and devote your life to Christ. That's not a sin. You could actually get into the kingdom that way. But you're telling them to throw they throw God away. But you believe in the Bible. And that's okay.
I believe if you can't accept the truth of the Bible, sister, and if you can't live by that, then you should be sincere and live your best life. There are people that believe in Kemet. There are people that are atheists. There are people that are more sincere in their position. But as a man and a woman, you can't say you believe in the Bible if the scriptures say if he take another wife, her food and her duty of marriage shall he not diminish. It's all throughout the Bible. It never says that the man has to have one wife in the Bible. And if it was a New Testament concept that a man had to have one wife in the Bible, then the office of a bishop and deacon wouldn't make the specific request for the man to be the husband of one wife.
And it does not.
Let me finish, please, sister, and I'll let you respond.
It also does
Right.
not say that a woman has to be a wife to make it into.
Okay, I understand that, but the Bible also says, "Let the woman learn in silence with all subjection." The Bible also does not call a woman a teacher in the Bible, and that's one of the main reasons why I think a lot of women should just put the Bible down and move on with their life, because the Bible does ordain a man having more than one wife.
And
It does. So this is just not accepting the truth.
People astray from God because of your feelings about it.
I'm not leading people astray from God. I'm trying to help women understand that they would get along better with men if they knew the nature of men. I'm trying to help women understand that if they stop being offended in the nature of men and stop being so misandrous.
Hold on, we cannot talk at the same time. There's no need to conduct a stop. There's no need to conduct a conversation like that, right? Because this is actually more important. Maybe it's less important than you two talking and more important for the people that are listening, right? Because there's understanding that you guys already have that you ain't going to change, right? So properly retort what he's saying and vice versa. All right? Give each other a minute or whatever. I mean, I shouldn't even have to baseline it for you, right? Let him finish what he's saying and vice versa. So now where's the crux of the matter, right? We're talking about, he mentioned the recommendation of Paul to Timothy, pursuant to Timothy 3, about the recommendation to have one wife for those men, right? So he recommends them having one because the understanding is that men have more than one, right? Also, a woman can be single and make herself a spiritual eunuch, right? Like Paul did after all the shit he did, right? To focus on the Most High and the commandments. Right. And that she can still get in the kingdom that way. Right. That's where we are. Is there disagreement with any one of those things from one another?
Can I respond to that, please?
Yeah.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with any one of those points that you made. I know the sister mentioned that, and I don't disagree with that. But I have to be honest. Our people in our community, and especially the women in our community, have had a Jesus is my husband spirit, and they've tried to go around the man that God set up for them to make their desire to. And I have to be honest about that. Our people have never actually did what the Bible said to do. As men, we were not taught to be responsible and take the women that we slept with as wives. We were taught to just sleep with random women. I grew up in South Central. Our people did not do what the Bible said, the men and women. We didn't have a chance, huh? Man, that's all I'm saying. Like, don't play people. If you don't really stand on that, then just live your damn life.
That's Saint. Okay, now that's Saint's point. They will say they're doing what Sherelle said you can do to still get the kingdom, but they're not actually living by any of the tenets, any of the laws, any of the commandments. They don't actually believe because faith is a work. So they'll say it, but their lifestyle does not show it by action. So he's saying that's just words, Sherelle, not for you specifically, but the women saying they're doing that aren't actually doing that. Go ahead, Sherelle.
He's making a larger point of saying that black people were really fake Christians.
He said that too. Touche. I would just kind of be more exact, Berlin, but 100%.
All right, my fault.
No, you good. It added to it. You didn't take away from anything.
I don't disagree with people are gonna sin, right? It ain't just women; it's men too. They say they live one way and then they live another. But to just say that if a woman doesn't want to be an extra wife or get married, that she should throw away the Bible and then entice her to worship other gods and into idolatry.
But sister, if you don't have a problem with the practice, right, but you just don't want to do it.
Hold on, Saint. Let her finish.
If you're a man of God and you're telling people of God to go into idolatry, so I should throw away the Bible because I'm telling women, look, you can be celibate and devote your life to God if you don't feel like you want to take a challenge. Like most women wouldn't. That's a desperate situation. That's a punishment to be a seventh wife. That's not the best that God wants for you. This is you fucked up and now you doing some shit. This is not nothing you should be happy for. This is nothing you should be praising for. That's not what that verse is telling you. So what I'm telling you is there's other options if you think you cannot handle that. But I should throw away the Bible. But you're telling people to go into idolatry, go to the Egyptians, go to all these other people who worship other gods, and do all of these extra things, but you're a man of God telling people of God to worship other gods. But that's okay. Right.
He didn't say that at all.
And the thing is, the Bible even says, be hot or cold, right? Either rock with me or don't rock with me. The scriptures say that. And ma'am, can you give us book, chapter, and verse that says, is anything negative or a sin to be the seventh wife?
No. That's just her ego.
14, is this prophecy not destruction? Is this not judgment? Is this not speaking of judgment?
What'd you say?
Is Isaiah not talking about judgment right here?
Where?
In this chapter, 4:1.
Yeah, it says in that day.
This is coming after judgment. This is desperation.
You saying this is a judgment for like women?
When has desperation been a positive thing?
Okay, so I see what you're saying, sister. So you're saying due to the circumstances, it's a form of judgment for women. Like that makes it not a good thing?
It's a judgment. It's not a judgment for women. It's a judgment for Israel all in together. If you read Isaiah,
so that's a punishment for the Israelite women?
It's Israel. It's a punishment on Israel altogether, but yes, the women as well. This specific one is
so the man having the 7 wives is punishing him?
No, it's a punishment. This is after judgment. Y'all punishment is majority of y'all will be dead. There won't be a lot of men to go around. You go back into the last chapter of 3, they're telling you that majority of you will be dead. They're gonna kill you. And then there won't be enough of you to go around. And then the women left over will have to be 7 to 1. Did you read it? Because you're not gonna Bible babble me and go in circles. I know my word. I know my book. So yes, that's exactly what it's talking about. Have you read it?
Okay, I see what you're saying as far as how you understand that, sister. I see what you're saying as far as how you understand it under those circumstances, right? But I respectfully disagree with you. I know that the Bible was translated from the Greek Septuagint, the Codex Sinaiticus, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and I go into the Greek and the Hebrew, ma'am. So I'm actually an Israelite apologist and a historian of the Israelites. Like I know the historicity of the people and their customs as well as what the Bible says. And what I'm saying is our people have never actually done what it says, man. We be capping like a motherfucker. My mom, my aunties, my sisters, I love them all, but they didn't know they was going off and my uncles was being soft and letting them go off too. So I just got to keep it real. The Bible's patriarchal. The man is the head. And if you got a problem with it, Kemet will accept your application. Shalom.
Yeah, okay. The man is the head of his marriage.
He's the head in the Bible, period. The only thing higher than him is Yahweh Shai, who the world really calls Jesus, and the Most High God, Yahweh.
And women can get to God.
Okay.
They don't need you.
Ma'am, right. The Jesus is my husband spirit, which y'all done had for hundreds of years. You're perfect.
And they're going to get in there.
And that's your advice for the younger women, even though you're supposed to teach them to love their husbands and their children.
I'm not supposed to teach them nothing.
Are you a younger woman or an older woman? Because if you're a younger woman, then you're supposed to love your husband and your children. And then I know that next verse, it says you're supposed to be discreet, chaste at home, keepers at home, a whole lot of stuff that y'all ain't never been. And I don't blame y'all for being that way because I believe the curses of Deuteronomy really own us as a people. I believe we're the Israelites. So I think that men should have the sexual discipline to force women to get completely in order and come back to the Most High God and put y'all in a position where either you're going to get in order or you're going to be for the world in the streets.
All right. So let me clarify a couple things, right? When you're looking at this chapter specifically, this is what the women are going through, right? Because of their actions, right? And so it says they'll stink, there'll be a scab upon their head, and their men will die, right? But what it's articulating is what the women are going through, right? Their men are going to die at war. That the men are dying, right? But this punishment is because of the women's behavior, and this is the women are going to have to suffer through. So because of their behavior, their men die, and now there's 7 of them to 1 man, one man because of how they behave. So when you read the chapter, she's right, but the framing is the framing, right? Because of how they were acting, their behavior and such. In chapter 3 and then going to chapter 4 and 1. That's all. Right. Let me read these real quick and we'll keep it going. Aaron with the $2 says the wheat from I read this one. Be streaming with the $5 says women would watch men attack a village, delete all their husbands, sons, and brothers to survive to survive, they marry and give kids to those very men. Be streaming with the $5 says no one is saying random average men! Exclamation point. We talking about the select men. The men with proven leadership and success, a man of means, someone that is winning. Victim Olympics with the $5 says doom and gloom is a new dating strategy. When that one man is gone, then what? Aaron with the $5 says I could be wrong, but what Broke in Berlin is trying to say is every day is going to be Katrina until the Messiah returns. So 2 weeks is short to end times. Nas with the $10 says whole point is actually looking at men as the infrastructure themselves and what they're willing to do for women, despite a ratio of 1/4. Material assets shouldn't just be burdened as a quote unquote man thing. Be streaming with the $5 says they delusional. We see this every day. We see certain men with 5 to 10 baby mamas getting chose over dudes with no kids. Future, Nick Cannon, Nug, etc. Be streaming with the $2 says leave the women that don't get it to be 304s. Aaron with the $2 says how women qualify for the number one spot. How do women qualify? How many women qualify for the number one spot? Tarus, what up though with the $10 says HAMP, you got to clarify the scenario. You initially mentioned the scripture and how it relates to martial law in desperate times, not just having multiple wives in general. Yeah, 100%. So when I'm looking at this thing, right, and how a fever pitch most black people are regarding everything that is being leveraged with the martial law and things of that nature, and they saying, hey, we never seen this before, although we have seen semblance of it with different riots and things of that nature. But the nerves, right, people that are living in Washington D.C. actually going through it, saying how these communities are being over policed, right? They're being targeted. They're saying tear down these communities as a whole and rebuild. I'm saying look at this, right? And what popped in my head was Isaiah 4, to where we need communities. Communities are a group of families. What does that family construct look like? What are the considerations that we're open to, right? That's the premise of the conversation. What are the possibilities that should be probabilities? You know, because when you look at this, the key is that's being missed. Those women had shit. They had resources. They had their own food. They had their own clothes. Just like our women say they've been producing for themselves, right? That I don't mean, okay, bring your resources into a pool in which we can all benefit.
That's so logical. It's going to piss people off.
Well, and that, you see, I'm not just being obtuse with this, right? And
no, that makes sense.
And I'm the one saying that monogamy makes sense for me based on what my charge is. You see? So I'm not even trying to say this to say, oh, get a bunch. I'm saying, yo, pooling resources, even just with me and my wife and I, pooling our resources, I was able to expedite my timelines for things I wanted to achieve. Now times 3, because everybody works. So we ain't throwing that out. You know what I'm saying? You know,
the only reason it wouldn't work is because it was because of ego. The only reason why it wouldn't work is because of ego. If love was out, if everyone had the true goal to create infrastructure that actually works and leave ego alone, then women and men would not have any problems with, again, on men's side too. If men did not have the ego, if women did not have the ego, then both sides would cling to if the woman has the compound, then men would get in line to bring offerings to be a part of that infrastructure and thrive. And if men had the compound, women would come and do whatever they had to do to make that compound survive. That's, maybe I should have said the zombie apocalypse. Maybe that would have been a better example. If that person had a compound that was safe and the rest of the world was going through the zombie apocalypse, and there is 10% of men who had safety, women would go rushing to that man with their children to save them, and they would play any position to be safe. And the same thing for men.
No, the problem with this scenario is that it doesn't.
Let me read this last one, Mr. Fantastic, if you don't mind, and then you could jump in. Be streaming with the $5,000. These women paying $1,000 to $2,000 to take a pic with Breezy. They already willing to do anything to be under a man of means. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic. What's popping?
What up, everybody? Yeah. So let me just address that first. Like Hamp said before, this is a Midas right situation. We're talking Mad Max and Thunderdome, end of the world, dystopian future. There's no order, there's no discipline. If you got the power to take some shit, you taking it. So there's never going to be a case where there's a woman that's running. Now it's gonna be rare case. I can't say never because rare cases, because it'd be women that got, she's a billionaire or something or so on and so forth. Blah, blah, blah. But even in that case,
I'm running to Oprah. Yeah,
she would still have to employ, but she would have to employ men. She would have to be men that are willing to follow her and not overthrow her and take what she got. Either way. But yeah. So going back to the original point, the criminal aspect of it, I told y'all niggas, okay. Y'all need to stop being soft and I don't give a fuck about a criminal. I don't care. I don't sympathize. I don't this, I don't that, whatever, so on and so forth. It's too many people out here doing the right thing for us to be focusing on ways to make it easier for the people doing the wrong thing. You make a mistake, you learn from that mistake, you do better. There's plenty of brothers that have criminal past and they don't repeat. They're not repeat offenders. They're not habitual criminals, and they turn out to be, law-abiding assets to society. Okay. With those, hey, congratulations. You served your punishment. You learned from your lesson. You're doing better. Good. The problem is that's the minority of criminals. There's a reason why the recidivism rate is something like 70+%. Okay. It has nothing to do with poverty. It has nothing to do with whatever, because again, a lot of us come from poverty, impoverished or lesser humble beginnings, as we say, right? And that's the argument I've been making the whole time. Are we saying that the majority of criminals are majority of poor people are criminals? No, and that's another issue that people have. And I say it again: all pigeons are birds, but all birds aren't pigeons. Okay, so even though the majority of criminals may be poor, that doesn't mean that the majority of poor people are criminals. People have a poor correlation of separating those two, and then we keep repeating this narrative to make it okay. Oh well, you just gave them opportunities. No. If you give a motherfucking piece of shit human being an opportunity, they're not going to take the opportunity. They're going to prey on the other individuals. Okay. So once we get this in our head that they're just evil people, bad people in this world, and we're never, ever going to get rid of them completely and totally, they have to be locked away for the sake of the rest of society to operate the way it should, then shit will improve. I don't give a fuck about you getting out of jail easier when you broke the law, especially like when Hemp gave the example, bro. You had people that had assault charges and gun charges that were already criminals and shit. You were aggravated robbery. They were getting out because of these motherfucking DAs, soft ass DAs, to where we'll ankle monitor or some shit. No, that motherfucker need to be locked up. And there's literally a case that happened here recently to where a dude got out on bail and he killed somebody. There's multiple cases of that, but it was one that hit particularly within a month or so. I remember. Somebody didn't chat. Y'all know what it is.
Let me explain. Yeah, just this one I think people may know more about. Flow, what up? My bad. I didn't even say Flow, what up, Mr. Williams, what up? Cheek, what's good? So Cheshire. Y'all remember the Cheshire murders where they tied those people up and then burnt the house down and killed them?
Yeah.
So those two, I think it was 2 or 3 of them, were on parole. Right? In parole, you still in jail, right? You still ward of the state on parole. It's different from probation, right? They remanded every single person who was on parole after they did that in Cheshire. Now, Big Cheshire is one of the 2 maximum security prisons in Connecticut. Big Cheshire is Big Cheshire is for adults, Little Cheshire is for adolescents, like teens and stuff, right? So Big Cheshire is also the main prison that had a riot that got all free weights taken out of jails because they was using those free weights as weapons. Just to give you guys a depiction of these guys got out of Big Cheshire. They were in Big Cheshire for a reason. They burnt this family up and killed them. They remanded every single person on parole. I'm talking about people that's on parole for 3, 4, 5 years. Everybody went back because of how egregious the murder was.
Exactly. I mean,
that's fucked up, though.
But it don't.
That's fucked up.
Anybody that's ever been,
turn your gain down a little bit, just a
Mine?
little bit. No,
Mine?
Flow. It just sounded like he had a little bit of reverb.
Oh, no, but again, as we say, and as men, we know life ain't fair. If you would have never been on a position to be in parole in the first place, you wouldn't have to fucking worry about it. I don't feel sorry for fucking the bad people suffering. Fuck it. Fuck them. That's the problem. You know what's crazy, Hemp?
But if they're doing what they're supposed to, they're not bad people.
No,
right?
no, you should have never fucked up in the first place. You are a bad person because you fucked up.
Everyone's a bad person.
No, you're not bad enough to end up in prison. So now we're going to say if everybody's evil, so what are we going? Are you making the argument that pedophiles we're all pedophiles? Of course not, right?
Right.
All right then. So
That's
let's just
not what
stop
we're
right
talking
there.
about.
Let's
That's not
not
what
even
we're
start.
talking
If one, I'm talking. There's no need for you to jump in right now. But secondly, I just killed your dumbass argument, so there's no need to even talk about it. All right. Now, Hemp, motherfucker made me forget what I was saying.
Stupid, anyways.
No, yeah, I know.
No, he said it was stupid.
Yeah, but listen what I'm saying. Oh, so you're giving an example. People love using examples of the one, right? That the one fucking innocent person that gets caught up in the thing. Really, really fucked up. I understand that. All right. I don't believe in the, I'd rather 100 criminals and murderers and whatever go free than one person. That's bullshit to me. No, life is not fair. I would much rather the 100 people and then the one be innocent and then he get his recompense on the back end than motherfucking letting everybody go free and now everybody's a fucking victim to a motherfucking terrorist. Okay. Again, we overblow the falsely incarcerated and the harshness of this. Bro, motherfuckers are playing PS5 in prison, bro. Okay? Niggas go live in prison. All right? And again, we're talking about less than 1% of the population. I don't give a fuck. That's what I was saying, Hemp. No, we jokingly say all the time, Hemp. Fuck them kids.
Yeah.
Fuck the kids? We don't ever say fuck them criminals. If we can say fuck the kids, fuck them criminals, man. I don't give a fuck about no motherfucker out here breaking the law and trying to make it easier for him or her to get back out here and do what you're supposed to do like everybody else in the first place. And we'll have to get there. Now to the Bible aspect of it in the verse. Listen, shout out to Scream. He gave man, these hoes already out here operating that way. They sharing niggas. I mean, it ain't just the Cam Newtons and the Futures and West. It's regular schmegular niggas out here, Hemp, that's got 7, 8, 9, 10 baby mamas. Tennessee, three niggas in Tennessee account for over 70 plus children. Regular broke ass, nobody ass niggas. So when these women are already operating within that manner already, I don't see how and why it becomes an issue and a problem when you're saying, okay, this man is going to be actually responsible for you, not just dropping dick off, right? Not just having sex with you and getting sexual access to your body. This man's actually going to provide, protect, and serve as that deterrent of other men taking advantage of you or forcing you to do some shit you don't do. And I don't think that's what they're understanding in that the essence of the Bible verse. That was the thing that was saying. Women are going to be forced to, in order for survival and to get the best situation, to choose a man, and they're going to pick those men that seem to be noble, seem to be, of course, whatever, by their choice to say, hey, can you protect me? Can you save me? I'll cook, I'll clean, I'll babysit the babies, I'll whatever, so on and so forth, and so on and so forth. So that's my deal.
Can I just ask one question? And I'm not disagreeing with what you said, Mr. Fantastic.
Go ahead.
Do you think it would be a net negative or a net positive if the USA did like El Salvador and pretty much anyone who's in gang activity, they rounded them up and put them in prisons? Do you know what they did in El Salvador with the gangs and how they just shut that shit down and put all of them in mass prisons, just locked them all up? Do you think it would actually be a net positive or a net negative if that happened in the USA?
So be a net positive, man. As the man told you, bro. The same song I've been singing. The harsher the punishment, you have to set an example for the regular people to not become criminal people. So you don't do that, and then you light and soft on crime. Well, it ain't that bad. He got fucking probation, and he did a drive-by shooting. It ain't that bad. He hit an old lady over the head. He pistol whipped her and robbed her at the ATM, and he got 30 days fucking community service. So until you fucking actually have the punitive measures, and HAMP gave you the examples of where they seen that when the things were more punitive, right, and they had a chance of whatever, you had a decrease in repeat crime or repeat offenses, and that's literally how human beings work, bro. None of us do shit because of just the right thing or so on and so forth. All right, you're not doing shit because of the right thing. You're doing because if you fuck up, there are gonna be consequences. That don't make you a bad person, right? Animals do the same shit. Animals. follow a hierarchy, because you don't follow that fucking hierarchy, you get out of line. That motherfucking alpha lion, the alpha wolf, the alpha, what, they gonna beat your ass. All right, there's a penalty. So all animals, for the most part, bro, operate from a motherfucking reward versus punishment system, bro. This is how it is.
I agree. Does anyone else disagree with that? I agree.
I agree with that final sentence, but I disagree with the application. If that were the case, then we'd look at the war on drugs. We've had that for 45 years, and substance abuse rates have increased over time. So there's obviously examples of the opposite happening. It's a more nuanced gray situation than just good, bad.
I don't think the USA has ever gone that far as El Salvador has gone.
That's not accurate, though. So hold on, just real quick. So his drug thing is not accurate because it's not illegal drug use. It's pharmaceutical drug use. So when you're comparing the increase in drug use, you're not talking about the use of illegal drugs.
Yes,
that hasn't increased. What's happened is you had a substitute come into play to where now it's pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals are the most abused drugs in the fucking country. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that's a different thing. I'm talking about across the board illegal drug use. Pharmaceuticals can be used illegally, obviously. I am talking about illegal drug use. That has gone up. We have more crime now from the war on drugs. And if you look back at prohibition of alcohol, there was increase in gang activity, increase in police deaths on the job. All measures of crime went up because of the prohibition, because it gave an incentive for organized crime and put a profit margin in products that people wanted.
What does that have to do with his point, though?
His point was that if you punish people for doing the things that you don't want them to do, they won't do them. I'm saying, well, sometimes it has the effect that you don't expect. Like,
so you want to use the exception as a rule. So which happens more often?
No,
so
that exception. That's a.
So no, what happens?
Drugs? You think the war on drugs is just a little exception over here?
So what happens? What happens more often? So, we specifically talked about the 3 strikes rule, right? HAMP, y'all brought that up.
Yeah.
You think more people sold drugs or had plans on selling drugs from when people were getting 20 years to life for drugs versus what? That's the reason why you had so many small cases of those kingpins and RICOs. That's why the RICO got invented, right? So the RICO didn't only get the kingpin; it got everybody involved.
It's a loophole for due process.
Huh?
It's RICO is a way of not having to do due process. It's a loophole to get around defendants having their rights, basically.
Great. Okay. And you know what you wouldn't have to worry about if you didn't break the fucking law? You weren't selling drugs or committing any other crime. You wouldn't give a fuck about it. I don't give a fuck about it.
And that's not true at all. That's the point. They can pick you up and convict you without proving it. You can be innocent and they can convict you.
That's literally not true.
That literally is true.
So if that's the case,
that's how RICO works.
If that was how RICO worked, you wouldn't even need a case. You wouldn't need a jury. You wouldn't need anything. The judge would just bang the gavel, say you're guilty, and that's it. What are you talking about?
Well, real quick, just so we don't go slightly circular, right? A lot of RICO is circumstantial, right? So that's the flow's overarching point, right? That's why they call it racketeering, because you can put a whole lot of stuff under racketeering, right? And then the circumstances in which have been presented implicate that person, right? So you can't grab John Gotti and say you killed him, and him. But based on his associations and what he gained from that person dying, you can say based on the circumstances, John Gotti is now implicated in that, right? And so the due process is very gray in that, because circumstances is how these people have been convicted.
It's also related to a criminal enterprise. So it's you have an involvement.
That's what I'm saying. Circumstances, relations, benefits. Yeah,
I got you. But even though they may not be able to charge you with the murder, like I said, they were able to prove that you were involved with this criminal enterprise, which encompasses a whole bunch of different crimes. So as I said, it still stands. They have to prove.
I don't think that's not due process though, because they're being hit with shit, right? And they can't be right in exact. So like they getting put bodies on them, right? But you can't prove that they caught that body, committed that murder. But you looking at association. See, that's the part where he's questioning due process. He's not questioning he's saying due process is being circumvented by RICO. He's right.
Well, I mean,
but Mr. Fantastic, Mr. Fantastic is trying to kill the cancer. Like,
hey, listen.
It's a new cancer.
Flo wouldn't disagree with this real quick, right?
No, the gang activity is a cancer. It is a cancer.
Hold on, Berlin. Let's finish this. Right? And Flo, you know how this works. If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. Right? It's hard to get Gotti unless you racketeer that motherfucker. right?
Sure.
That's all it is. That's all it is. But it's
not. But that's not how it stayed, right?
Yeah.
They're
Yeah,
still
but-
using RICO. The mob heydays are over, and that's still used to. People are guilty by association, just like you said. Now, association isn't actually a crime unless you use RICO.
Well, no, so Mr. Fantastic is trying to kill the cancer, meaning that if you're even associated, you shouldn't be associated with them in the first place.
But when you use chemo to kill
crime,
cancer,
though, that's why that's what an accomplice is. So accomplice to murder is literally association. You didn't want directly involved in it. So that's why I'm saying what you're saying makes no sense. People get associated. People get charged with prove what? Accomplice to murder is a charge that you go to jail for.
That's a whole different charge. That's a participant in murder.
It's the same.
No,
essence.
RICO
says, hold on. Accomplice says, hey, you had something to do with it, or you were there, or you were involved in some way, shape, form, or fashion. Okay, and so therefore, even though you didn't commit it, you're guilty by association. What are you doing?
But Mr. Fantastic, the RICO, they giving you football numbers. For accomplice, you not getting the same numbers as the murderer. With the RICO, they getting the murderer numbers. See, that's the nuance in it. But then this is not even an argument per se, but it's interesting to talk about. But I'm just wondering if we veering a little bit. You know what I mean,
well, no, I'll just say this and leave it. At the end of the day, right? Even in the RICO cases and so on and so forth, most of the RICOs are guilty because people just take the charge, right? That's why RICOs are so what's name. For the most part, the only people that really fight the charges are the people up top that can afford it, the bosses they actually after. And if they get found guilty, they get found guilty. But the lower people end up taking pleas and so on and so forth. So again, and you taking a plea because you know at the end of the day you were involved. They have evidence of your involvement, be it phone records, be it surveillance, be it whatever, so on and so forth. So even in the RICO cases, these people are not fucking innocent. And even saying it and making it seem like it may be as a part of the problem. If you doing criminal shit, you get criminal fucking punishment. Fuck them.
That is not why people take pleas. And to Broken Brooklyn, chemotherapy kills cancer. Or Berlin, my bad.
Let them have it. Okay.
Chemo kills cancer, right? But chemo is poison. So you can't say that it's a good thing to have everybody just get dosed with chemo and make sure that all the cancer is gone. You'll just poison people. That's what I'm saying. Over policing is a toxic measure. It creates a whole new problem.
What would that new problem be that's already illegal? What would the new problem be that's not worse than the problem we already have?
The cops snatching up people who shouldn't be snatched up.
That's a worse problem than murder and drugs and all the things that are happening on the streets now today.
That is murder many times. That is
you said snatching
that is
up
murder. That is
street.
Kidnapping. Yeah, when you have
so that's worse than what's happening without this. Is that what you're saying?
In my opinion, yes, absolutely.
Would everyone else? Would the panel agree or disagree with what he's saying? I say it's worse now, and I think Mr. Fantastic's point might be a little Thanosist, but it's a solution that would more than likely work. People would be pissed for the first few months of it, but then once they saw the outcome, they would be, wow, this actually worked. It's a Thanos solution, but it goes right to the solution. It kills the cancer right away because it will kill the incentive of anyone even being associated. People wouldn't even wear bandanas no more. Like it would completely change the pendulum. Now it would piss people off, but once the solutions and once it started to work, everyone would be so grateful to him for doing it. That's what I would say.
I mean, you think that you'd be grateful when you got to look over your shoulder about everything you do? You wouldn't want to be on this panel if we lived there.
We're already looking over our shoulders now.
Are you worried about being on this panel now? About having this interaction right now used against you in court sometime? Like, he was on a panel with X and Y. Those people are criminals.
He's talking about gang activity, and that's what he was. You're making a whole other different argument now.
No, I'm talking about how the thin threshold they used to establish cases.
Do you know what they did in El Salvador? Maybe you're not. Do you know what happened? I'm asking the question. Do you know how they took care? There was a huge gang problem in El Salvador, and do you see how they stopped it? And now the citizens are eternally grateful that he did it. At first, I don't know. Everyone was pissed.
Oh, I'm muted. Okay, cool. Hey, hold on real quick. So the problem with what you're saying is that that's never gonna fucking happen. Why are we even talking about that? Like we're in this point where the innocent are being targeted and the innocent people are being affected by police doing their job for the fucking criminals.
Innocent are targeted all the time. All the
no,
time.
no.
Yes.
So give us an example.
Sure. My girlfriend has a felony charge. She took a felony charge because they wanted her to testify against me. Now,
Okay.
I could go down that rabbit hole, but the point is, my situation is not isolated. Prosecutors are not interested in justice. They're interested in getting a win. This is a career for them. It's an industry. So they're more than and this is routine. Prosecutors go after family members. They want witnesses. They don't want to lose the case. So yes, innocent people are targeted all the time as a routine course of law enforcement action.
Okay, so a person that's tied to a person that has a criminal charge would be an accomplice, and you're saying they're innocent even though they're associated with a person that may have be done some criminal. It's still the minority of fucking situations. You keep trying to make the fucking exception the rule. Okay, the cop is not pulling over the cop is not pulling over the person that's doing the fucking speed limit, and all their fucking cars and shit are working and everything's good to go. And hey, license registration, please. No, they pulling over the motherfucker that's either going 100 miles per hour in the 50 mile per hour zone, or they're pulling over the person that's fucking swerving out of the lines. All this, that's the majority of policing that happen. Y'all are perpetuating this bullshit about, like, all the cops do is just no, man. No,
it's not all one way either. There's definitely some of both. There definitely both happens.
Yeah, but
can we get the people on the panel to see where they stand at with this?
Hold on. This might be risky. What happens mostly? Majority, minority. What happens in the majority?
The majority entirely is probably people who are doing things that they shouldn't be doing. That's the easiest.
Yeah, not probably, for sure, criminals.
But if you've got a 60-40 split, that's a bad.
It's not 60-40.
I just pulled it out of my ass hypothetically. You don't know what it is either.
Yeah, but we know it's not though. No.
We don't know it's not. It depends on where you're at.
Well, hold on. It's real easy. So if we got less than 1% of the population that are criminals, right? I mean, it can't be 60-40. What the fuck are we talking about? We got less than 1% of the whole fucking population that's locked up.
But that doesn't matter because we're only talking about.
So let's do this math. 1%. So you do the mathematical equation where it's 60-40, but 1% of the motherfucking population is locked up. Please,
because we're only talking about 60-40 out of the 1%. We're not talking about the whole population.
You wouldn't be taught that would be 100% of it. Those are the criminals. 100% with a 1% would be 100% of the criminals.
We're only talking about criminals.
Okay, so no. So it would be those 60-40.
We're only talking about people with
no. You said innocent people. No, now you're trying to run. You said they police more innocent people improperly, right, or unjustly.
You're mixing up terms. If you have somebody who's innocent who didn't do the thing, but they have a conviction, are you treating them are you calling them a criminal or innocent?
If you have a conviction, you are a criminal.
Okay, regardless of whether you did it or not.
If you have a conviction, you are a criminal unless it's overturned. So if you have a conviction and it's never been overturned, yes, you are a criminal.
Right. So then we're only talking about the 1% of the population.
That wasn't what you were saying earlier, but we can even work that, right? So let's work that. So if we can even go that route and the number of people that get overturned convictions, I think you'll probably be less than 1% for real.
Yeah, no, the overturned conviction is not a lot, but that's also not how you that's not an actual measure of who did the thing they're accused of and not. That's a measure of who can afford, has the time and the resources to take it back to court and address that.
No.
And also people don't take plea deals because they're guilty. They take plea deals because the math is crazy. It's crazy not too many times.
So what would be your solution to change the pendulum then? Mr. Fantastic gave a solution and you're saying it's not right. What would be your solution to change the pendulum then?
Yeah, but
of what? Of crime?
Or they were guilty. I'm just saying that's how the system goes. If you never get in the situation, I've never had to deal with a plea deal in my life. You know why? Because I do nothing to break the law. I didn't do nothing to where a fucking DA had to come to me and offer me a fucking plea deal. Just like 90+% of the fucking population. So what are we talking about here?
But we're talking about more people than just you. This isn't just you.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
You keep bringing this childish perspective of things. Like there's good guys, there's bad guys, there's criminals.
Yeah, I included the 95% of citizens that don't break the law. 95+% of citizens that don't break the law.
Everybody's broke the law.
Trying to kill the cancer. He's just trying to kill the cancer. That's it.
Again,
he's doing too much chemo.
Poor argument of now we are all criminals because somebody might have fucking broke the speed limit. So because you go 60 miles per hour in a 55, which is technically breaking the law, that's the same as somebody drive-by shooting the motherfucking.
Do you know what title jumping is? You ever bought a car and then sold it before you got it titled in your name?
No.
Okay, well, that's a felony. You know, like you wouldn't know things like that. Most people wouldn't.
Yeah, I don't break the law.
There's all sorts of things that don't seem like they'd be felonies that are felonies.
Okay, so ignorance of the law is not an excuse for breaking the law.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You're ignorant of much of the law, as we all are, and you're acting like anybody who's a felon, it's because they did something egregious, right? There's all sorts of felonies that are.
Yeah, but most.
Let me answer his question though. You're saying what would I do about crime in general, or what?
No, that's not what No, that wasn't my question.
That's why I'm asking you to clarify the question.
Okay. If there is a gang culture in multiple cities, just like there was in El Salvador, and it is to the point where it is essentially they're terrorists. I don't know why the gang activities aren't called terrorists, but essentially they are. If you want to change that, what would be your solution to change it?
Damn.
That's a hard one. I'd have to think about it, but I think that I think that it's a multifaceted.
Then you can't
problem.
argue his solution if you don't have your own.
Well,
yes, I can.
Well, let him.
No, you can't.
Let him start.
Absolutely,
I can. Let him start.
Okay.
Go ahead. Let him finish it to see if he has or does not have. Go ahead.
He said he did. Okay, all right.
I mean, I would want to think about it a little bit, but you can look at gang culture and you can say, why are people doing this? What's the incentive? You've got a whole bunch of different factors playing into it. You got fatherless homes, you got poverty, you've got social acceptance, you've got pop culture at large glorifies gang violence or gang culture. There's all sorts of factors that go into it. So just saying, hey, why don't we just put everybody in a box and throw away the key? That's a very simplistic solution that I don't think will solve it. I think it
make
will
it simple. What's
exacerbate
your
it will
solution? Give us a simple solution.
Let me finish my thought. It'll exacerbate it. Gang culture comes out of prison culture.
You're doing everything but giving us a solution, sir.
I don't have to have the solution to know that what's being
it would be
proposed
great for the
makes
conversation if you did.
It would be great if I knew the perfect solution.
All you're doing is arguing his point, but yet you have no solution.
So there's a couple.
See, Cheek, you got it right after me. Right after this, right? So, Berlin, I think the key is the conversation is still progressing, right? And so he can retort, right? But he may not have something that is going to supersede or be a solution, right? But we're having a conversation about what Mr. Fantastic is presenting.
I don't know if that's a conversation they're having. It's cordial, but it's not there. It's not a conversation. It's just them going.
Good thing is subjectivity.
It's all it is. Same shit. It's opposing opinion. That's all it is. Shit.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm just trying to get to the solution.
I think oftentimes we jump so fast, right? Mr. Fantastic has already presented the solution. We actually looked at it in the previous videos, right? Flo just disagrees with that being a solution, right? But that doesn't mean that solution is off the table. You know what I'm saying? And also because he disagrees doesn't mean he has to have one per se. But what he's saying won't be effective. You see, we're just going off what's being presented. That's all. But I understand your point, right? Usually, right, be a part of the solution and not a part of the problem, right? Because when people present things and they don't have anything else that we could do to help ourselves, it's like, what's the point? But this is a panel discussion, so we're discussing what's being presented. Because this is also what I presented earlier as well.
The point would be not to.
I've just seen it all my life. When people have a solution that is maybe not ethically moral, whatever he's trying to frame, and everyone's shouting it down, saying why it's not right to do. Yeah. I say, then give us a solution.
Well,
that
I think,
and again, all my life I've seen when people try to have solutions for the community, and everyone's shouting them down, they give no alternative.
He disagrees that it's a solution. He thinks it's going to exacerbate the problem. You see, that's why he's discussing it. And Mr. Fantastic is defending his solution. And the good thing about us hearing those two intelligent people have that discussion is we can come to a proper discernment once it's done. Let me get Mr. Williams in. Hey, if y'all want to extend the show, y'all know what to do. I'll give y'all a couple more minutes. I think there's a lot more things that need to be hashed out to Berlin's point. Mr. Williams, what's popping? My bad, Cheek. He just been waiting for a minute.
What's up, y'all? Salute. Now, Cheeky can actually go. I'm just soaking it all in anyway. It's a lot. So.
That's what she said. Cheek, what's good?
Oh man,
what's good?
You better be a father with those kind of puns, man. You better be a dad.
I got 6 kids, big boy.
Okay, yo, that was level 6 dad joke. I ain't there yet.
Hey, Berlin, I'm so good at being a dad. I got 2 sets of twins. Yeah, man.
Damn. And you still got hair? I don't know how you did it.
Yeah, man. My dad. Thank you.
I don't think I've met anybody who has 2 sets of twins. That's crazy.
I told you. I'm so tired of hearing daddy from everybody who live in my house. Go ahead, Chief.
I don't know, man. I think the way that we handle crime, if you look at it just worldwide, it's a little different. The safest places across the world, they don't implement crime in the same way we do, or not implement it, but like treat it the same way. But they also have a different culture. They also have a different stance on healthcare and other economic things that kind of dictate how Americans. I can see the differences as to why, right? If you look at, I think some of the safest places is like Japan, New Zealand, the Netherlands, China or Singapore. It's like the places that are very different from ours, especially from a cultural and economic standpoint, and they're not necessarily the hardest on crime. Like the Middle East is very hard on crime. Like that's different. You get your hands cut off. But the Netherlands, nobody looks at the Netherlands police and be like, "Oh my gosh, they're crazy," or looks at Ireland, "Oh my God," or New Zealand, or like these places have.
You say Singapore though, brother.
Yeah, Singapore is very tough on crime. You get caned there.
Well, no. Well, even if we saying Singapore, it's more so than it is being hard on crime. It's the culture, right? The same thing with Japan as well. Japan has low rates, but they're not quote unquote hard on crime in the same way.
I'm just saying with Singapore, it's a combination of the two. So
the point being that there are places with low crime that don't handle crime in the way that we're saying it has to be.
But Japan has a serious mafia, man. They really do. They have lots of crime in Japan, in the Yakuza. They really do. They're good at hiding it, but there's a huge mafia in Japan, man.
So now we're talking about crime that's not reported.
You haven't wait. Have you not heard of Yakuzas in Japan?
Yeah, but that just because the Yakuza is there. Yeah, just because the Yakuza is there, right, doesn't mean that it's still not the safest place.
It's not. Japan is not the safest place, fam. It's not.
So if we look this up, Japan is not going to be on that list of safest places.
No, Japan will not be.
Okay, in at least the top 10 to 15.
No, he's definitely right.
Japan will not be in the top 10 safest places, safest countries.
Right,
Japan will not be there.
Okay, well, go ahead.
It's fantastic. Can you look it up and pull it up, please?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Chief's probably right because they do.
Because we're talking about culture. We're talking about the crime rate. We're talking about a couple of things that affect a culture in its crime or a place in its crime rate is culture, economic status, as well as its reform and prison reform as well. These places that have low crime don't have the hardest crimes.
Japan
They're not
the safest.
That says Isaiah King James version.
No, that's HAMP. HAMP still got it. HAMP, you got to unshare yours.
We lit. Japan is Isaiah.
Okay, I'm wrong.
Okay.
Wow, and Singapore is on there too. Okay.
I've streamed this before. I think maybe a year ago because we was trying to figure out where's the safest places for women and why they always complain about the United States when the United States is actually pretty safe, right? And that led to a rabbit hole of looking at other places. There's so many other places that are safe and they don't have to be quote unquote hard on crime. Like you don't exclude Singapore since you want to laugh so fucking much. But Japan is not known.
You're laughing at nigga.
You're right.
It's
my mistake. I learned something. I would have thought that Japan maybe would have been in the top 20. I didn't think it would be in the top 10. My mistake.
Well, you have to take into account like the culture of Japan. It's very high in respect. Like that
very true.
It's beyond it being a tough on criminals. It's more so a cultural and economic standpoint that really plays a part. Same thing applies with the Netherlands and anything else. These places have this communal aspect and also a healthcare and social aspect to it that is incorporated into all of its citizens and economy that I think matters and deters a lot of crime. We're not like that in America. So I don't want to sit here and say being tough on crime is the answer. I don't think it's the answer, because if it was, all places that have the highest rates of being safe would show that they're tough on crime. That's just not the case.
Well, not well. I think like you said though, Cheat, you got to look at it what it is from a cultural standpoint along with that. And like I said, I think when you said Singapore is actually marries the two. They have a culture to where it's extremely low crime, but at the same time, if you do commit crime, there's a very, very high thing to pay, right? That's
okay. So we agreed there. We're here. We're using Singapore, right? But what about Ireland or Denmark?
Yeah, so
or those other places? You know what I'm saying?
So we get to those places. It's just like you said. It's the culture and the customs of that place. America's always been might is right. I'll take your shit if I want to take your shit. And you have to adjust the legal system to that. It's the minority of places, and then when you add into Singapore, I'm pretty sure the citizens can't own guns there. Same for a lot of these other different places too. So when you look at the way that the culture approaches weapons, the culture approaches everything from music to entertainment and then like families, all those different things, all those things play a role and they come into play. So
if that's the case.
Apples to apple comparison and say, my bad, go ahead.
Yeah. So if what you're saying is true, then that point to the fact that being tough on crime isn't necessarily the answer, but the byproduct of an issue that was created by a culture that needs to be changed.
Yeah, but that's the problem with that is you're pretty much never going to change that culture. A culture is that for the most part, or it's going to be not never. Let's say it's extremely difficult.
I get what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
So when we juxtapose it, we come here more to the west, right? And like people were saying, El Salvador has a very, very high crime content, and you had to get to the point of where, hey, we got to be harsh on this shit, and we got to hit it hard. Otherwise, it's just going to metastasize, and it's going to be even a bigger portion of the population.
Okay, so it's more so you addressing the issue as it is, and not
the only way you can do it. Yeah, you can't.
So
you
okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay, I think I can agree to that, to what you're saying. Yeah, I think so.
We all agree that the culture do need to be changed, but the culture is right now, so we need to minimize doing right now before we could even change the culture. We got to minimize the damage that's being done.
The culture is never going to change. It's embedded in America.
No, you could change.
Culture changes all the time.
I've said this before. Everything that we do, we literally mimic American culture. All the shit that we do, we mimic American culture.
Yeah.
So unless you can change American culture, which that's literally our foundation, then it ain't never going to go anywhere. That's our foundation. This is what America is. So whenever people complain about the black community, you're essentially complaining about American culture.
That's not true, because how were we families?
Tell me how it's not.
Earlier on, we were families, less crime in the 50s, 60s, but now we changed the culture to no fathers, more crime. So the culture changed.
CJ,
it wasn't the American culture.
While we were families, we still had pimps, we still had hustlers, we still had gangsters, even though we had families. There was no point. I mean, crime is always going to be the minority anyway. Even now, it's the minority. Even as much as we talk about it now, America has never been safer. So again, when you look at it, we're literally a reflection of America. If I'm in the hood and I see some territory I want, I'm taking it. That's America. If you have something that I want, I'm taking it. That's America.
Just real quick. So Tommy, I'm glad you said this, because this is something I want to address too. Right.
Go ahead.
We always say America is more safer than it's ever been, but why? America is more safer than it's ever been because of population growth, which is going to be less percentage of criminals, right? Yeah, I mean, since the 80s, I don't know how does anybody know how much we've increased population wise since the 80s, since the 90s? I'd imagine, it's by quite a little bit.
I'll look it up. Yeah, I don't know, but I'll look it up. You said wait, hold on. Wait, Fantastic. What am I looking up? How much?
Population increased from, let's say, 1990 to now.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is when we say that it's a numbers thing. So if you have more citizens, and like you said, Tommy, the criminal aspect is always extremely small, right? So if that's you have more, you increase your population by 50 million or whatever, that's going to make the crime rate go down. You know what I mean? Of
Well,
course
but
people change their behaviors, but
you got to remember this, though, Fantastic. You increase the population, you also increase the criminals.
Thank you.
Because when the population, but if you look at the numbers, and I can explain to you why. I mean, a big part of it is the crack epidemic because the money that was in the streets back then. But if you look at the numbers, we did this the other day. Nobody is doing the numbers they did in the early 90s. It was incredibly crazy in the early 90s.
It ain't close. That's what I'm saying.
Because of inventions that we came up with. So many cameras everywhere on every corner, more police officers. That's why society is safer, because we have invented a lot of things that have made society safer. It ain't just because it just
CJ. Did you see?
No, you did not do anything wrong. You got Ring cameras everywhere.
What's brother name? What's my boy in Jacksonville? They got knocked down.
Queso? No, you talking about fuck. Oh, Fulio. Not Fulio? Yeah,
Did
Fulio.
it look like they gave a fuck about a camera?
They might not have, but a lot of people do because they don't want to get caught.
You can go on YouTube every day and see niggas not give a fuck about a camera.
That's the point. Most niggas don't want to get caught doing the thing that they're doing. So if they know there's a possibility of them getting caught, they're less likely to do it. There's going to be people that
I agree with you. That's going to deter some, CJ. But I think the problem is it goes back to most origins of a lot of these crimes is the poverty, and well, I'm saying if you're operating from poverty, then you kind of don't give a fuck about a lot of the stuff that a normal person would. You get what I'm saying? Like you can sit and plan if you're doing okay. You just want to make a little bit of extra bread by making this play. Then you're gonna sit and plan. But if my kids is hungry, you know what I'm saying, and my family ain't eating right now, I got to do what I got to do. And I think
you still don't want to get caught.
Going back to the culture, though, this is one thing I tell a lot of people, right? I go, if we're in America and the richest of the rich is stealing, what the fuck do you think the poor are going to do? Like, the richest of the rich in this country literally steal every day. And you think the poor people ain't about to steal? Ain't about to commit crime?
Yeah, but I think that when we do that though, it's like the everybody's doing it thing is again, no, it's you get into the slippery slope of like all the crime is the same and so on and so forth. People were trying to say because Trump knows how to fucking do the tax code. Oh, he's stealing. He knows how to legally use the tax code. Now, do we have Bernie Madoffs and shit? Of course, but Bernie Madoff had to pay for his crimes, right? Big Pharma, right? Unfortunately, nobody got locked up, but even they still, once it's found that they were doing shit illegal, you have to pay for your crimes. So everyone is held to the standard of the fucking of the legal system.
Fantastic.
You know, it's more likely. Hold on, real quick, Tommy. And if you know it's more chance that you'll get caught, you're less likely to do the thing. If I steal today and tomorrow they have cameras or a police officer standing there, I'm not going to steal the next day because I know I might get caught. Most people think like this. So that's why.
But CJ, that's CJ thinking about a crime from CJ's position where I'm comfortable. Go into the mind of somebody who's not comfortable. Go into the mind of somebody who. Go ahead.
Most people think like this. If it's
everybody does,
I'd rather not do it. If it's opportunity, is the leading factor in crime, I think, or something like that. It's opportunity. Having opportunity and not getting caught. If you don't think you're going to get caught and you have an opportunity to do something, most people will do it. But if there's opportunity to get caught, then they're going to change their mind. Hey, the police is right there. There's cameras here. I'm not going to do what I thought I was going to do. That's why crime is lower too.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is if you're speaking to the majority, cool. But we're speaking to the minority, the ones that repeatedly do this stuff. And what I'm telling you is if they're in situations where they feel like, and again, this ain't even a race thing, because I tell people all the time, like, I got friends that grew up in trailer parks, and the reason why me and them connected was because we found out how much we had in common. It's a poverty thing. If I feel like I need to do this for my family to eat, a lot of people gonna do it. Now, yeah, would it be better if it wasn't a camera? Absolutely. But when you're moving off of desperation, you're not literally like planning things out to the T. You kind of trying to make shit shake.
But you still look for the best opportunity, and if somebody,
No, absolutely, yeah,
if
absolutely.
there's an off-duty cop at one gas station, you're just going to go to the next one, right?
But what I'm saying, Dusty, is
hold on for a second.
I don't
agree. Wait. We at the 3-hour mark. Send the extension, or we're gonna have to wrap it up.
I don't agree with us being safer at all.
I can't hear you, Mr. Williams.
I don't agree with us being safer. I really don't.
Okay, you kind of, is he just low to me?
It's just you. I hear him just fine.
I can hear him fine.
Okay, maybe it's mine.
All this sex trafficking going on with no recordings. With the fact that we have all these shootings and they only give you a recording if someone is murdered. All these thefts with these cars. I don't see how it's safe out here right now.
No, they got shootings, brother.
In this world right now, y'all gonna sit here and say that it's safer when we've been discussing about all these kids with these switches and these weapons.
Mr. Williams, we looked up the numbers in Chicago alone. In the early 90s, they were just pushing 900 to 1,000 a year. When the pandemic is when shit got crazy, and they only got to like 700. So these are facts we're talking. This isn't opinion. Yeah. It's safer.
I'm just telling you out here in the earth, I don't see it when I see shootings every day.
Come on,
Mr.
You telling me you walking out your house? You're walking out of your house and you seeing shootings every day.
You can't let a teenage girl even walk 2 blocks to the store without her getting grabbed.
That's fucking cap, Mr. Williams.
It's cap. They don't have sex trafficking.
You live in a bad neighborhood, Jen.
Mr. Williams, my daughter is 13. She lives in a crip neighborhood and she goes to the store all the time.
Safer.
Like,
yeah, but
what are you talking about?
Let me just chime in real quick. So Eric, y'all was saying this shit, and Cheek pulled up the numbers. Okay, correlation and causation is that just because the number of people go up doesn't mean that the criminality is going to rise at the same rate. All right, you had 100 million people increase in 20-year time. That's like what, out of 300 some million, that's 30%.
Yeah, but a large percentage of that going to end up in crime, though, is what I'm saying. So when you look at the numbers, fantastic. If I increase my population by 100 million and the bodies drop in half,
because you increased it by 100 million.
That means more bodies, fantastic, because just like it's going to be, fantastic, just like there's going to be more good people, there's also going to be more bad people. Is it going to be the minority? Absolutely.
Hold on, Tom. It should translate evenly. If it's 100 million more people, it was 5% with criminals. It should still be 5% criminals out of the new 100 million. It shouldn't increase or decrease. The shit should just translate.
And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all are automatically assuming that like you said, crime rates rise and fall all the time. What I'm telling you is when you have that much of an increase in that short period of time, bro, 20 million, 100 million people in 20 years, you know how many people that is?
Yeah, you can't.
Hold on, let me explain it. Let me explain it. So no, you're automatically assuming that per every one person, I mean every 100 people is gonna be one criminal. No, like we said, most people are good people, right? So no, you don't have a for certain thing to understand or
fantastic. 100 to 1 would literally lead to what you're saying. Most people are good people. If 99 out of 100 people are good people, that's literally the overwhelming majority of people are good.
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you. Y'all it's not a formula to it that you can even come up with.
No, I agree, but what I'm saying
is formula said that it'd be less criminals, which is not true. If 100 million people came from 20 years, that doesn't mean it will be less criminals. It might translate evenly. It might be more criminals out of that 100 million. It might be less, but you made it seem like it'd be less criminals because of the population group.
My point is, if you do put 100 million, that doesn't then mean because it's more people that literally the body count drops in half. Like that's literally direct. That's literally directly with the money in the street. I even tell people another thing. Like we don't really have crackheads like we did in the early 90s. What did crackheads do to get crack? They committed crimes. So now even when you remove that element for the most part, because I'm pretty sure most neighborhoods ain't walking around with a bunch of crackheads like they was in the 90s, then that affects the crime rate, the crime rate as well.
even that, I mean, so like I'm saying, so you got to think now we got the introduction of different drugs. Pharmaceuticals wasn't a big thing back then, so that's why crack was one of the biggest things, and so on and so forth. Now not only do you have pharmaceuticals, you got fentanyl. So that's why I'm saying a lot of this stuff is situational, is regional, is you know what I mean, it's a lot of different factors that play into the situation. Like Mr. Williams said, right, in Louisville. So for him, it could be the situation where not necessarily, I don't think he means legally he's saying it, but on the news, he turned the 10 o'clock news and there's a murder every night, every other night. Same thing as Memphis, same thing as a high crime area.
So, so let's acknowledge this, right? When me, you, Mr. Williams, and others in our age range was coming up, we didn't have a 24-hour news cycle. We didn't have social media pushing this shit in our face 24/7. And we were younger. We wasn't paying attention to the news like we are now. We're parents now. So guess what? When that shit comes on the news, it affects us differently than when I'm a 17-year-old running around and somebody got knocked down. I'm not looking at the local news going, oh shit, it's terrible out here, because I'm just outside. When you become a parent and you got responsibilities, those are the people that sit down and watch the news. So now I think mentally, and a lot of the people in our generation's head is translating into it being worse because you're paying attention to it now. It's no different than we said before. Like if you talk to like a lot of the women from our generation, they think that this generation of girls is faster. Yet our generation was the ones that had nurseries in high school because so many chicks was getting pregnant. But when you're actively in it, you don't see it that way. When you become a parent, now you see shit a whole lot differently. A lot of the wild shit that you might have been doing when you was younger, you look at it completely different when you become a parent. So I think a lot of people in our generation, they tend to romanticize what happened when we came up, because when you get older, you're looking at stuff differently. It's no surprise that every generation looks at the next generation as if it's the worst thing that's ever happened to Earth. Every generation does that. My grandma in their generation was getting ridiculed because they did the twist. That was the end of the world. They doing a twist, y'all. They showing a shoulder.
We were all young. You know what? The OGs were doing most of the crime. Now you have teenagers actually
Mr. Williams. That's
getting killed every day. You got teenagers getting killed.
Mr. Williams, that's cat.
No, it was rare. Even when I was in
it was not just OGs out there selling dope, Mr. Williams. Stop.
Nah,
look, Mr. Williams, we can literally show you. We can literally show you video proof. It was not just OGs out there. No. I'll give you the perfect example. Everybody got on Hillary Clinton's ass because Hillary Clinton called them. What did she call them?
Super predators.
Super predators, right? Now, let's break down why they call them super predators. The reason why they call them super predators, because the niggas was coming to the schools and recruiting kids. They literally had kids doing, they literally had kids catching bodies because back then you got juvenile life, meaning you got out at 21.
Yeah, but
that's literally why they recruited them.
Now. It's on a
I'm
higher
not
scale.
asking you, I'm telling you.
You have 15-year-olds with switches for real. You got them with shot.
Mr. Fantastic, you ever heard of Lil Yumi in Chicago?
Yeah.
You remember Lil Yumi? How old was Lil Yumi in Chicago?
I think he was like 13 or some shit. Little Yummy.
Okay, so what? So my bad. So was he a 13-year-old in 2025, or was he a 13-year-old in the 90s?
He was a 13, but you know he was accepted.
It was like, I think it was in early 2000s. I don't think it was 90, but you got the same thing.
Right.
Right.
No, it was the 90s because Tupac had his picture when he was in jail. It was definitely the early 90s. Yeah.
What's the purpose of the going back and forth? Are y'all having a criminal off? Like where?
No, because we. So I always end up in this discussion with people, especially in our generation, because their view on stuff these days, even though the numbers tell you it's safer, their view is it's safer. And I think a lot of it is because it makes you feel better about the shit that you might have did or your generation did as a kid.
I know it's not.
Yeah,
safe.
but I'm still like, I stand on it. I still stand on it again, bro. I'm with Mr. Williams because the reason why you're going by the rate. So when they say safer, they're going by rate. The rate is going to decrease when you have that.
I said nothing about rate, Fantastic. I said the number.
Hear me
I didn't
out.
say the rate. I said the number.
I'm explaining it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So they do safety by the crime rate and the occurrence. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So that shit is going to go down when you have 100 million person increase in 20 years. Bro, it's less than a generation. That's less than a generation, Tommy. That's just, it's just so of course it's going to be safer by those means.
So wait, hold on. Fantastic. If that, because I still disagree with that point. If that's the case, then why is it that most crowded areas, like your metropolitan areas and cities, have higher crimes versus your rural areas?
I'm not arguing that.
Well, what I'm saying is, what I'm saying is the idea of population being the causality of decreasing crime doesn't make sense, because if anything, the higher population will cause more crowdation of the nation, which would
crime
increase
rate.
Crime
The whole population changes neutral.
You got it on camera. So hold on. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
So, go ahead. Again, like you said, those are those areas. The rate still involves encompasses the entire population. The entire population don't fucking live there. No. So still, you're looking at the rate is going to be in the areas. Go ahead.
Right, we're on the same page. I get what you're saying. You're saying the rate is the rate, right? That rate is consistent. It doesn't matter whether it's a lower or a higher, because rate is mathematically is tracking something consistent, right?
Yeah.
Because one half of crime, like for example, 3/6 is equivalent to 1/2, but you still have a higher. So I'm with you on there, but I still don't think that's the reason why crime is lower. I would say that more cheeky. I would say that if anything, what the reason why things are lower is just the overall age of America has also increased too, right? We're facing the same thing that Japan is facing, which is an older population, and older people tend not to commit more crime. It's younger people. In the 1990s, I think, let me look it up real quick. In the 1990s, I think the average age in America was 32.9. The average age in America right now
38
is 38. Rounded up is 39, right? So if our overall population is older, our overall population has more money at that age and range, you're going to see less crime for a lot more reasons. Right. One, and then two, another reason too is just drugs aren't the same. I think Tommy is right when he's saying that you don't see crackheads. You don't see crackheads around anymore. What you now see is trank zombies. They don't do nothing besides lean and just
you have to remember
sit
what crackheads
and chill.
is.
They're not crack cocaine. Those are uppers. There's a lot of downers involved with a lot of our drugs today, which gives you a totally different person.
You still got
around. I got it, and I'm gonna bounce out.
Fantastic. Quick Google search. 1993.
Okay, go ahead.
Quick Google search. Chicago in 1993 was 2.7 million. Chicago right now, 2.6 to 2.7 million people. So it's the exact same population with half the bodies.
So tell me, I got it up right now, right? So count the number of reported crimes, determine the total population, okay? Divide the crime count by the population, okay, by the number of crimes, all right? Multiply by 100,000. So that's what I'm telling you.
Okay, but listen to me, Fantastic.
Hold on.
In 1993 and 2025, Chicago's population is exactly the same, but the crime is damn near cut in half.
But listen, what you're saying, okay? You're saying, okay, but it's still more people there. It's more people in the total
let's rewind one more time. There are 2.7 million people there. In 1993, there were 2.7 million people there.
Now, okay, Tommy. Total population. Look at number 3.
Right, he's doing
total
simple
population,
math.
not just fucking Chicago.
he's doing simple math.
Is it right here?
He's saying the national rate of crime.
That's what I told you. That's what they go by. The rate is based upon the total population, like I keep telling y'all. So if you have 100 million increase, of course, the rate is going to drop exponentially. That's basic math.
You're saying the rate is going to drop exponentially, and we're not disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing that it'll drop, but I'm not saying it's dropping due to the population. You're doing the mathematical thing, which is saying I'm saying math. I get what you're saying. Math wise, yes, that makes sense because you're increasing your denominator, which will by proxy make everything. We agree. I'm not disagreeing there. What I am saying is, even when you do take a look into these things on a very individualistic level, and cities crime rates have dropped as well in the 90s, comparatively to the 90s as well. If you look at it individualistically, right? Because if you do it nationally, you're absolutely right. I understand what you're saying. It makes sense. I'm not going to argue that. That's a fact.
But if you start comparing the cities of the 90s to the cities of 2025, you'll still see that the crime is decreased. So how do you explain that?
And why would you do national if you literally? Why would you not focus on the trouble spots and instead of going nationally? Because if you go nationally, you're including a whole bunch of bumfuck nowhere.
And that's how the stats read. That's how the stats read. That's how they read. But if you take each one,
that's how again. So I'm gonna say it again. That was y'all are missing. When they say this is the safest time it's ever been, they're talking about the crime rate.
Yeah. But they're talking about nationally.
Yeah, the crime rate is dependent upon nationally, depending on the total population. That's what I've been trying to tell y'all the whole time. That's all I'm saying.
But what I'm telling you, Fantastic, is individually, when you go to these hotbeds of crime, these inner cities, the numbers show you that the crime is down.
Yeah, I agree, Tommy. I'm not disagreeing with that. I know that. We especially looking at.
What's telling you that it's safer. I'm confused.
DC 20 years ago, DC in the 90s was crazy. I think it was like 20 out of whatever, some crazy shit.
Yeah.
I feel you, right? What I'm saying though, Tommy, is again, even though the rate has increased, it's not the same shit going on. It's not the crack era anymore, right? And like Mr. Williams is saying, now instead of drug dealing and killings, you have other violent crimes that are in place. Remember the whole Kill Boy shit? The Kill Boy shit is not even 5 years old. So that adds to the crime rate when we're talking about carjacking.
Kill Boys was stealing cars.
This is ridiculous. Hold on, real quick.
Go ahead, CJ.
Because if you're saying how you saying it fantastic, you're right. But if you take Kiki example and you compare each city separately, is the crime rate going up or down for each city?
It's going down, but it's still because again, he said Chicago. I don't know the population. I highly doubt the population of New York City is the same it was 20 years ago. If Tommy say the fucking population of Chicago is still the same as 20 years ago, I'll take his word for it, but I highly doubt that too.
Look, man, my mayor gets
it's quick Google search. 1993 versus 2025.
How safe my city is, and it's been a shooting every day since January. Multiple.
Where you stay at, Mr. Williams?
Somebody just got murdered last night.
Where you stay at, Mr. Williams?
My mayor has been on the news damn near every day talking about my city is safe, but there's been shootings every fucking day. Every day. How the hell are we safe?
Where do you stay at, Mr. Williams?
15 to 16-year-olds have been
in Louisville.
Louisville? Okay.
Yeah. Hey, let me read these real quick. They didn't hit the extension. I'll give y'all another minute and then we'll do some final thoughts. But I think this is from what I gathered was
somebody said they sent it. So check it. I think somebody said they sent the extension. I thought they said they sent it.
Mr. Fantastic trying to buy y'all more time.
I thought somebody said. I'm just saying. I thought somebody said they sent it. I thought somebody highlighted it. I don't know if he said. I'm pretty sure y'all highlighted it when they said it. Sherelle might have did it when she was here. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure somebody sent it.
Her phone keep on. All right, I'm gonna read these real quick. Naked with the $5. If we are sure women, okay, so this is the other topic, right? Which I was trying to intertwine them, but if we are sure women will adopt polygyny in extremely desperate times, there's no point in convincing them now. Time will tell. Aaron with the $2 says, OG Williams, I'm glad to see you doing great. Indeed. Sean Brewer with the $10. What up, Sean? Says, once y'all realize that courts need crime, then y'all realize why they let people out all the time, because they will continue to act up. They know. Probation officers, lawyers, etc. makes money. Aaron with the $2 says, everyone ready for the end times. I see. Victim Olympics with the $2 says, scare women to be with you. AL with the $5 says, in war, invasion, coup d'etat, etc., one of the biggest threats to women is rape. So several women unify under a man to attempt to mitigate that threat. Life for Cash with the $10 says, did prohibition eliminate alcohol consumption? No. Sean Brewer with the $2 says, Dusty, is he more worried about criminals or police?
I don't see the two as distinct. I'm more concerned about criminals who are police than criminals who are not police.
That's not the question, though, brother.
The question is phrased incorrectly, though.
No, it's criminals or police. Which one are you more?
But the question assumes that police are therefore not criminals. And I'm saying criminals pervade police and non-police alike.
No, the question doesn't assume that. The question just separates the two. Which one are you more concerned about, criminals or police? Now, police can be.
Wait, hold on. He's but so that CJ, this. You guys aren't seeing it the same. You're not going to debate him out of this. Because there are a lot of people. Like, have you ever seen this channel called Audit the Authority or Audit the Audit, where they Audit the Audit, where they view kind of police as, hey, y'all are not different from criminals because y'all abuse your powers. Yeah. So
I've seen the show. They go around harassing police officers.
I think for a lot of people,
I'm saying that even within
wait. I want to keep going, right? But essentially, CJ, right, in this show particular, the police don't know the law well, and then they're trying to enforce rules and laws on people that actually don't exist, and therefore they're breaking the law by not adhering to these people's constitutional rights.
I mean, that's true, but that's not what I was referring to. I was referring to cops who are actually criminals and stealing shit and robbing people and selling drugs.
Oh, you saying
they've always been
like
around.
the movie Brooklyn Finest? Okay,
Yeah, that's me talking about.
Brooklyn's
Now what the 50 ball says, what up, expat says, blessing and salute DJ Hamp and panel. LOL. Hamp, where you get Dusty from? He needs to log off forever. Why, he was wilding when I left?
He wilding, man. He just talking crazy. I was on the show with Dusty the other day.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
$50 to talk shit is a pretty good. You should come talk shit to me more.
Sean Brewer with the $5 says, Tommy, if that was the case, banks would get robbed every day. America is not safer now than it was in the 90s. The whole America, not just Chicago. Respond to this, Tommy?
I'm kind of confused on why banks would get robbed every day, even though I'm pretty sure they damn near do. But I'm kind of confused on why banks would get robbed every day. Maybe they can explain it in the comments. I'm kind of confused on the correlation.
You know what it is?
Banks are getting robbed every day in Los Angeles. It's the bank robbery capital of the world. Facts. It is.
Amongst other places in America, like
Sean with the 10 ounces. We have a bunch of 8-year-olds committing crimes. We never had that before. A gun was not normal in the early 90s when you were a kid. Now it's normal. 10-year-old packing in that book bag.
Hamp.
I don't think.
Where did some of these people grow up at, Hamp? We are the generation that literally put metal detectors in school, and it wasn't for pocket knives.
They saw Belly.
What are we talking
They got
about?
them back in the school system now. They got metal detectors back in the school
Hold on,
system.
but Mr. Owens, what did you say? Back.
Yeah, because it has gotten
But
bad.
we implemented that shit. If you went outside my high school and went through the bushes, it's no telling what you would have found out there during that time.
Facts, but all this could be resolved with a strong father in the house, period. That can resolve all this bullshit.
That sounds
not
good,
no
Naughty,
social program,
but
daddy.
Naughty, you from
my
LA,
father
right,
would
Naughty?
kick my ass if I didn't
Naughty,
have
you
the
from
shit.
LA, right? You from LA, Naughty?
I was born in New Jersey, but my father moved us to LA when I was 10.
Okay,
and
so
my father ruled with an iron fist. He wasn't taking that shit. If me and my brother try to do some crime, hammer to the head. I'm dead ass.
When I hear that,
now, I was more scared of my father than the police.
I'm with you on that because I was the same way. But you also have to acknowledge that the beginnings of the Bloods and Crips was a lot of guys with two parents households.
Kinda.
No, ain't no kinda.
No,
You can
no. I moved to LA in
You can look at the
1973.
interviews.
Most
They
of them
literally
were
tell you,
single
"No, my
mamas.
pops is here.
Most
No,
of
my
them were
pops is
single
here."
mamas. I moved to LA in 1973. Most of them didn't have no daddy in the house. Some did.
Okay.
But like them 8-trays, they was all single mamas. All of them. 8-trays, rolling 60s, rolling 20s, Brims, FS13s.
I know. When
they all had no daddy in the house.
But
for
see,
real.
you're talking about when shit got divided. I'm talking about the beginning, the Raymond Washingtons, the
going off
Tukis,
of
and all of
memory.
them.
I'm
I know, but
62. I don't need Chat GPT. I'm remembering it.
What I'm telling you is
they
when
didn't
you
have
start-
no daddies in the house. I had a daddy that whooped my ass if I tried some shit.
What I'm telling you is you're speaking about a different generation because the 8-trays wasn't the beginning. When it began, when it jumped off, when your Tukis, your Raymond Washingtons, et cetera, a lot of them was two-parent
between the
households.
Rolling 60s and the 8 trays, it happened.
The Rolling 60s wasn't the first gang in LA.
You're right. You're right. The 8 trays came after that, but the thing is that it was crip on crip violence. It was like community resistance in progress.
Revolution.
It started off as a positive thing, and it just devolved into something negative as we see today. But I'm telling you, they didn't have much that. A few of them might have had fathers, but most of them was single mothers who will work. They had jobs, they were working, but they weren't supervising these badass kids. They was doing drive-bys on 10 speeds on bicycles. They was wilding out. The only difference between now and then, we didn't have social media to
but y'all hijacking it with some LA shit.
They did have more respect for elders.
Any nigga fighting and they got palm trees blowing, that shit different.
Wait, hold on. But they did. But the gangbangers.
Come on, man. Like,
had more respect for the elders.
Somebody said the kid boys. I'm like, y'all never heard of New
Y'all be handicapped with things that are LA centric. Nigga, you know what I'm saying? Like, come on. Now X-Pac stunting on niggas because he was there for this shit. Damn, man. Can we live?
I don't mean to show my age, but
you mad at us because y'all have to fight in 20-degree weather and we get to fight in nice weather. Y'all niggas gotta wear Timbs all year. Don't be mad at us, brother.
Hey, CJ,
we don't gotta wear Timbs.
Oh, your voice crazy.
You should probably wear Kevlar.
Your voice crazy, man.
The gangbanging in LA was so serious.
Hold on, let Tiff talk. Go ahead, Tiff.
All the way to the East Coast. It went all the way to New York, to Jersey. It was so bad.
All right, X-Pac. All right, Go ahead, bitch. Go ahead, Tiff. Talk this shit, Tiff.
Did the extension get made?
Nah, we ain't hit the extension, Tiff. What you think?
All right, bet. Well, I'll catch y'all later. If that extension comes through, I'll be back. See you.
Why y'all worry about the extension and not HAMP?
They got my back, man.
My final hint is I don't know enough about criminality to be up here with criminals and gang offs and all that other kind of stuff. So when I thought we was gonna have a righteous conversation, but we went awry. But good. Have a good day, gentlemen. Have a good day.
I'm about to get out of here too. All right, brothers.
I hope she doesn't get caught up on RICO charges now from this
I'm
panel.
trying to spread your criminality to the rest of us, Dusty.
Huh?
Right. Stop trying to spread your criminality. Stop trying to root for
I'm
criminals.
not. I'm trying to reduce all kinds of criminality.
Criminals.
Trying to reduce all kinds of criminality. You guys act like the solution can't or the cure can't be the cause.
Who is y'all, Dusty?
This nigga stupid.
All right. Thanks for having me up. Salute to the panel. Salute to the chat. Except for that one guy that paid $50 to talk shit. You get these. Talk some more shit. Spend some more money.
$50 is flexing, man. That was flexing. You got to respect that. He jumped a 50 ball. Yeah.
Sean with the 20 ball says guns are not normal in the 90s for kids like it is now. Y'all being dishonest. Not just one kid has a burner. Just like there was only one old dog from Innocent Society to the whole neighborhood old dog.
So, Hamp, I got my first gun at 12. I stole it from my older brother. That was a 380. Most of us at 12 or 13 had 22s, the little one that you pull out the sock. Again, they didn't have metal detectors in school for the adults. So if you wasn't if you wasn't in the middle of that, I get that. But for people that actually was in the middle of that, it's just not true. It wasn't switches, but it wasn't because even when he say old dog, that's cool. Kane was looked at as the good guy in there. Guess what he had on him? And last time I checked, he was in high school.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean we saw it for sure. Hold on, let me just check this.
I think again, when you look at it as a parent and you look at it as a kid, you just look at it from two different angles. And so when you look at it as a parent, you almost put a blocker to what you actually came up I go through this all the time with my pops. Me and him would chop it up, and he'll say some stuff, and I'm looking at him like, I don't know if that, and I'll go look it up, and again, it's like I don't know if it's just a human thing, but we like naturally want to romanticize when we came up. And so we kind of, again, like I said, I'll go back to like the crackheads. Just the behavior of crackheads alone shows you why it was more dangerous. Because if you was out there, you knew what they would do to get crack.
But who's romanticizing? All I'm saying is, yeah, it used to be you might have one in a clique of 5 have guns. Now you got a clique of 5 with guns. These teenage boys,
but
they
Mr.
roll.
Williams.
They rolling, and guess what? They not riding bikes. They stealing Kias and Chargers and everything to do drive-bys in.
Yeah.
I was a
When did
victim
New Jersey
of that
Drive come
last
out here?
year, Tommy. I was a
96?
victim of that last year.
96? So in 96, they made a movie called New Jersey Drive based off of what was going
I
to
know
New
that
Jersey.
movie. It's one
And
of my
guess what they was
favorite
doing?
movies. I know that. Man.
So
We
what
know
was they doing, Mr. Williams?
New Jersey full service gas.
They was the
What I'm
Kia
saying
boys
is,
before the
Tommy,
Kia boys.
history has repeated itself, and it has gotten tenfold now, Tommy.
Well, what Tommy is simply saying is there's nothing new under the sun. We saw this. We're just arguing the rate, right? But
And
then we're
also-
also looking at the fact that crime is down in terms of volume, right? So what does that mean exactly? And I think the argument that is slightly speculative is how involved are the young kids, right? But we've seen metal detectors in schools, right? High schools, right? Especially, we saw the little boy on the movies, which is a level of depiction of real life, right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody will never forget the little black boy sitting on the
Yumi.
thing talking to Nas, right?
Oh yeah, on Belly, yeah.
Get him, you know. And so
Yeah.
we're just looking at how real it is, and are we highlighting something that is more has been more consistent than we're giving it credit for? That's it, right?
Yeah.
You know,
And like I said, if you're a teenager and you're going through this while all this is going along, you're not paying attention to it the same. I guarantee you, the kids that are growing up right now, I guarantee you, when they get to our age, they're literally going to verbatim say exactly what we were saying.
Are they gonna get to our age is the question, though.
You're gonna
That's
have
what
something
I'm
that will. You're gonna have something that again.
they are.
Okay.
I mean, they are because
let
every
me double
time-
back, Mr. Williams. We
Well, I gotta go. They
we're one of the
they-
most
they-
violent
I gotta go.
generations ever, and we made it. So you're gonna have something that's gonna make it.
Yeah, that most of them are gonna make it, right? I
Yeah.
think the kids,
Most are, yeah.
the kids, we just looking at things through our slightly microscopic lens, right? And we very rarely give credence to things outside of it, right? And I think the issue with a lot of conversation is we rather be right often than kind of get the truth, right? Because what Tom is saying is overwhelmingly right. I think the other thing we have to look at is the access to information, right? So with social media, you can see it happening more often, where oftentimes it was your newspaper and your local news that will report to you. But now, because you can see crime, everything, everywhere, whenever you want, with CCTV and etc., it'll make it look like it's diabolical. But if you took those constructs and put them in 1990,
it would have been nuts.
They had that shit on film. It was.
Mr. Real, you remember the pull-out radios?
Yeah,
You were likely to come outside and see somebody's
the
legs
big-ass
hanging out
cell
your.
phone, I had all that, man. Yes,
So
I
I'm saying,
know
so it was a
JVC,
reality that you
man.
could come outside and you could see somebody's legs dangling out your driver's side window trying to get your, like, that was a reality for us.
Yeah. The one thing I think I would give credence to them, Tommy, in terms of what they're saying, Sean and Mr. Williams, is you were more likely, and this is speculative, to ask for a fair one and get it back then.
Yeah.
But that's one thing I'll say.
I wouldn't argue against that. And even that's kind of a, because even with our generation, that's when it started kind of started going that way, because it got to the point of, if I beat you up, you're going to come back and shoot me anyway. So let's just knock out the middle part and just get it out the way.
Yeah.
And that's kind of why it got to that point.
Yeah, facts. Yeah. But no, it's a dope combo, man. There are so many things to touch on, you know what I'm saying? Pause in this combo, right? Mr. Fantastic had brought it back to that. But I was really trying to see, the substance of the 7 women and take it beyond just the exact right there and see how we really assessed it based on the dire straits that our people seemingly are in, you know. Granny said, join the please join the Discord, man. Tomorrow we got Stock Club starting back up. We grew up in Durham, North Carolina. Look it up. Yeah, well, if y'all ever get a chance, YouTube, welcome to Durham. You will be surprised if you watch Welcome to Durham in terms of the Bloods and Crips and all that. One thing that Flow State said that was slightly off base was the gangs technically didn't start in the prisons, but when you go to the East Coast, a lot of it really started from the prisons, right? You can name the guys who kind of brought it over, you know? So it's like true and not true because it started in the West, right? So you have to kind of give credence. But I read this one. And my brother Sean with the $5 says, Grandma could sit on porch back then in many hoods, not now.
Even that part, like, again,
you can't even go to.
I give that a little bit of credence, but in most neighborhoods, you know who to hang out. You know where to be. You know not to be in front of Miss Johnson's house because Miss Johnson gonna come out bitching, and eventually she gonna call the police. Like,
yeah,
that's kind of a normal thing in the hood. Like I don't know. I'm kind of confused with it. So I got you.
Yeah, no, I mean when you see, I ain't gonna lie. Like when I ride through. Everybody be sitting on the porch. Like,
yeah.
Oh no!
I stay in Stockton, California, Hamp. It is literally a top 10 most dangerous city in America every year. And I have zero issues out here. I mind my business. I go to school. I come home. I do shit with my kids. I'm out the way. And I have zero issues. And this is the number 9, I believe it's number 9, most dangerous city in America.
Yeah.
So it's like this notion of like, oh my God, the grandmas can't even sit on it. Like, y'all got to stop the sensationalism because you adding to the propaganda that they pushing out about shit.
Yeah, and we just got to get to the root of these things, right? And when we talking about, right, so the title with the Isaiah 4:1, right, it seems provocative, right? Which I would agree that it is, right? But the bigger issue is, what constructs are we subscribing to that we need to reassess, right? A whole lot of it, from stop snitching to all these things we share so much, right? And then when it comes to a relationship, now we don't, right? But if all the statistics are true, we got to really assess this shit if we want to get out of turmoil, man. So I think it's interesting, man. I think we'll do a part 2 of the second part of the show, maybe this evening with all the ladies to get an assessment of what they're saying. I appreciate you, Tommy. Mr. Williams, as always, y'all be safe. Jump in the Discord. I guarantee this conversation will continue, man. And it had a lot of substance. It wasn't a whole lot of hyperbole today. I think people were speaking, right? And I think it was decently honest today, right? And it was substantive in nature, So I think we're able to control it decently well. But let's keep going, man. I will see y'all tonight, most high willing, with the ladies on the women's POV. Jump in the Discord to finish and continue this conversation right here. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.